Chapter 1425–1450 Supremacy Games 1425 Scamming his customers. They had absolutely no idea that they were speaking out loud as they couldn't see even their moving lips. So, which beast are you planning to start with? Mr. Zanier inquired as he handed the briefcase to Emmerich. My luck has been quite sh*t lately. Sir. Azravan remarked with an annoyed tone, it's best if you make the first call. It's my honor. Mr. Zanier smiled. Just don't blame me when the results aren't up to your satisfaction. I am not that narrow-minded. When Emmerich heard this, his eyelids twitched as he suddenly wanted to smack his master right in his face. In fear of being found out, he contained those feelings and lowered his head. Let's start with Girafrost. Mr. Zanier walked to a majestic creature with a towering, slender neck, its spotted hide gleaming with icy patterns, and every graceful step it took on the cage left a trail of frost in its wake. All the beasts, animals, and creatures in the heavenly plane had a white hue as a color grade, unlike the rest of the spirits. This color might be unchanging, but it didn't mean that those beasts didn't possess other colors. When a spirit first arrived at the heavenly plane, it saw everyone and every creature in its base form and color without any features. However, the moment they got through memory's reformation and obtained citizenship, their eyes become able to process beyond the grading color. In the case of this giraffe, the frost was so overwhelming the white hue around it seemed invisible. I have high hopes for this one's transformation. I already have a client willing to pay a fortune if I managed to capture a rare variety of it. While saying this, Sir. Azravan opened the briefcase and exposed 3 lines of neatly arranged colorful pear-like fruits. Are those spiritual treasures as well? Seeing the look of appreciation and love in Sir. Azravan's eyes made Felix wonder about those fruits. Sir. Azravan picked one using his telekinesis and guided it gently in the direction of Girafrost's muzzled mouth. Open it. He ordered. Emmerich right away used his telekinesis to remove the muzzle from the Girafrost and pushed it away from the fruit, knowing that if he dared ruin the fruit, he would spend the next year in hell. Immediately after the Girafrost smelled the captivating scent of the fruit, it opened its mouth widely and devoured it in one go. Sir. Azravan and Mr. Zinner pulled back away from it with looks of anticipation etched on their faces. When the Girafrost finished chewing the treasure and swallowed it, its eyes seemed to have become droopy. In less than a second, the Girafrost sat on its legs and went to sleep. Now what? Felix narrowed his eyes in focus at the beast and at his targets, who seemed to be praying for the goddess of luck to bless them. Just as he wanted to analyze the situation, suddenly, an intense glow enveloped its body, and the temperature in the vicinity began to plummet dramatically. Icicles began to form on the stable's roof, and a soft hum resonated throughout the room. As the light from the Girafrost grew brighter, its slender neck began to elongate further, the icy patterns on its hide morphed into intricate frosty armor, and its previously docile hooves sharpened into crystalline claws. Gradually, the glow subsided, revealing a newly evolved and majestic Girafrost, now exuding an aura of both elegance and formidable power. What the? Felix was left stunned, never thinking that he would be seeing a spiritual bestial evolution in his lifetime. Yet, here he was, bathing in the evolved Girafrost's glow. Sir. Azravana and Mr. Zinner had a completely different reaction. Claws, neck, and frosty armor, it's not the best mutations, but they aren't the greatest either. Mr. Zinner smiled wryly, you can sell it for double the price or triple if you are lucky. I think you should take a look at it. Tisk, it barely covers the cost of a single fruit. Sir. Azravan wasn't too pleased though. Let's go for next, the first time always never works out. Mr. Zinner handed him a second fruit and allowed him this time to choose another beast. Does the fruit helps the beast evolve or does it merely give it a couple of mutations? Is it permanent or temporary? How did those two even get their hands on such a thing and why does no one know about it? Meanwhile, the first evaluation was still going through Felix's mind as he had many questions left unanswered. It didn't seem like Sir Azravan had any interest to discuss such matters as he kept focusing on the newly chosen beast, awaiting godly results. Unfortunately, the second beast was a letdown, not giving up hope. Sir Azravan continued the forced evolution until he was down to his last fruit. 10 beasts received peculiar mutations, and while some of them were up to his satisfaction level, not a single one had yet to wow him. Am I going back empty-handed again? Sir Azravan tightened his fists as he watched the transformation of the last beast, which was the black Angora lion. There was a saying, if you want something badly enough, it might just happen. The already majestic black Angora lion's fur began to shift, slowly transforming into a deep, radiant crimson. Just as the transformation seemed like it was going to end in the same disappointing manner, a miracle occurred. A second head began to form beside the original and had its ears set in brown flames. Before anyone could react, the lion's tail, once a magnificent tuft of darkness, ignited spontaneously as well, casting an eerie glow as flames danced along its length. Then, from its back, 2 magnificent wings sprouted, feathers gleaming like polished silver and gold, their span dwarfing the lion's body. The once common black Angora lion seemed to be infused with divine essence, lying down on the ground with a regal demeanor, making anyone have no other reaction but instant awe. Ha ha ha! At last! At last! We have turned a common beast into a divine resembling variation. Sir Azravan couldn't contain his excited and thrilled laughter at all, knowing that this spiritual beast was now going to sell for at least 100 times the original price of a common lion. Congratulations, Brother Azravan! I don't think there is anyone more deserving of such victory. Mr. Zanir and his servants clapped in celebration, knowing that they had a small cut of the profit from the sale of such a rare beast. Haha! Thank you, thank you! What do you have in mind about its name? I don't know yet, but let's call it Two-Headed Crimson Lion for now until I find a befitting name for its glorious appearance. Sir Azravan rubbed his hands aching to a sleazy merchant, already imagining his reputation skyrocketing through the roof after he put it in an auction. So, that's how the scam works. Felix thought calmly as he watched those clowns celebrating in front of the camera, having no idea that the more they opened their mouths, the more screwed they would end up. As for the scam? Felix understood that the customers believe that Sir Azravan had the best hunters under him, strong and fearless enough to explore the depth of the beast's kingdom to capture those bizarre beasts. But in reality, they were a mere product of a peculiar fruit inside a secret stable. From what he heard, many specimens had gone through the evolution process and most of the time, he never get what he wanted. But still, the difficulty to obtain those rare beasts was one of the attraction to the collectors, and this entire operation voided it. I have him red-handed that he is deceiving his customers. If this video were to ever spread out, his entire life would be over without needing to take it to court, as each customer will sue him for fraud. This is even deadlier than what I have anticipated. Felix smiled coldly, his mind already starting to devise a new plan to milk Sir Azravan out of everything he got. 1426 Milking him dry. Unfortunately for Felix, he had to cut the video short and take an early departure as his energy was treading on a dangerous low. Still, he was more than satisfied with what he had gotten. Without creating any unnecessary drama, he flew away from the town and headed in the direction of the closest city to him. He had to use a transportation method if he wanted to return to the capital in no time. After Felix returned to the capital, he reactivated his invisibility ability and went to Miss Sani's bureau. Welcome back, any results? Miss Sani asked as she leaned on the couch lazily, watching the TV with a bunch of open snacks on the table. Meanwhile, Kara, little Timmy, and Sekiro were sitting on the floor next to her. Don't you have work to do? Felix's eyelids twitched, knowing that there were still 9 cases needing to be closed. I am waiting for my people to get back to me. Miss Sani replied as she chewed on chips. Is this how you run things? You wait until answers fall in your lap. Felix wasn't too convinced by her excuse. Little sh*t, haven't you learned by now that detective works isn't easy and needs patience? Is that so? Felix brought out his device and manifested a holographic video. At the start, Miss Sani didn't think much of the recording until she realized that its main characters were Sir Azravan and Mr. Zinner. Is this real? She fixed her posture immediately and got close to the recording with wide-open eyes, trying her best to find flaws in it to disapprove of its legitimacy. She wasn't doing this out of spite, she simply couldn't fathom how it was possible for Felix to hold on to such a damning recording. As real as it could get, Felix assured. But how? Just how? Neither Azravana nor Zinner are foolish enough to hold their conversations in the open like this. Also, how can you record them this close without any of them noticing you? Were they the ones filming the video and you stole it somehow? What the hell is going on? Miss Sani paused the video, unable of concentrating on its content. Who could blame her? Her focus was shattered and her emotions were thrown into a chaotic mayhem with the shocking implications behind this video. Alas! Felix had no plans to ease her confusion. You can say, I have my own ways, Felix said indifferently. Ways? Ways? This is nothing short but a miracle. Miss Sani got even more agitated with his silence as she couldn't accept not knowing Felix's method. Is this why he didn't want to take me with him? Sekiro was certain now that he would have been nothing but a burden if he accompanied Felix. Just drop it, I am not telling. Felix changed the subject by replaying the video from the start. Watch and listen carefully, we have enough to do more than just ruin his life. Even though Miss Sani was displeased with Felix's secrecy as she still considered him her servant, she dropped the matter for now and listened to him. After spending 1 hour watching the video until it ended, everyone was left with stunned expressions. The fruit, the evolution, the scam, everything was on full display and even an idiot was able to reach the conclusion that this evidence was a double-barrel shotgun. This, I have no idea how you pulled it off, but if we brought this to the court, Azravan would get thrown outside of the heavenly plane the next day. Sekiro expressed with an ecstatic tone. I have a different plan in mind than suing him. Felix shook his head. What do you mean? You caught him red-handed selling evolved common beasts without disclosing such information to his clients beforehand. It's enough to win the case and get the Bureau 50% of his entire assets as a reward. Sekiro was confused. Kikiki, Sekiro, your vision is too narrow-minded. Miss Sani grinned diabolically. What your sweet angelic master meant is why bother suing him and giving the government 50% of his assets when we can blackmail him to milk him out dry. I think you should take a look at it. Felix merely snapped his finger and pointed it at Miss Sani in support of her plan. He knew that when it came to profits and earnings, they were kindred souls as there was no way Miss Sani was going to act rightfully with such a shotgun in her hand. Instead of handing the gun to the court, we might as well point it ourselves at Azravan, Felix said indifferently. But, what about Emmerich? Kara inquired with a soft tone, reminding them that this case was first presented by the servant who wanted his freedom. His situation can easily be solved as there is no way Azravan won't free his servant if we commanded him. Miss Sani laughed sinisterly, you have no idea what spirits will do to avoid getting kicked out of the heavenly plane. Even dark spirits with depressed lives try their absolute best to keep themselves afloat on the plane. Don't even mention one of the plane's most known beasts traders whose reputation was skyrocketing on a daily basis. So, Felix and Miss Sani sat down and prepared the best approach to earn the most out of Azravan. When they were done planning, midnight had already struck. I guess he should have returned by now. Felix looked at his master and said, shall we go? No need to go, he will come to us willingly. Miss Sani grinned, I happen to have his number. Without an ounce of hesitation, Miss Sani drafted a short email and attached a 5-second snippet of the video in it, then, she sent it to Sir Azravan. Now, we wait, she said as she swiveled on the TV and continued eating her snacks. Put something nice. Felix joined her with the same cool attitude. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the spiritual beasts shop, Sir Azravan was seen waking up with a dazed look after hearing his device peeping. Who's bothering me at this late hour? Displeased, he picked up his crystal device and glanced at the notification, seeing that he had received a new email. When he perceived the name of the sender, his displeasure had gotten even worse. What does that irritating lunatic want from me? Even though the majority of the business owners and underground criminals hated Miss Sani's guts, they still kept in contact with her, knowing that a day might come when they would need her services. Without further ado, Sir Azravan opened the email and it had a single sentence written like this. After you watch the clip, come meet me right away. Smiley face, Sir Azravan's eyelids twitched in annoyance at her arrogance, but still, curiosity got the best of him and he pressed on the attachment. The first thing that popped out was his ultra high definition face celebrating excitedly with Mr. Zinner and his servants while a crimson-winged lion was sleeping in front of them. Sir Azravan's widened eyes were left glued to the screen, every ounce of color draining from his face after the clip ended. It was a mere 5 seconds, but he felt like he was watching it for eternity. I'm impossibly. Cold sweat formed on his brow, his heart pounding so violently that it threatened to leap from his chest. The very foundation of his beliefs and the world he realized seemed to shatter, a chilling sensation of fear gripped him, his breaths coming out ragged and shallow. Disbelief clouded his eyes, making them wide and vulnerable, as if desperately searching for some hint of forgery or deceit in the video after playing it more than 10 times. Alas, each time it ended, he was left with nothing but a sense of absolute despair clawing him down to the abyss as the weight of the potential consequences pressed heavily on his soul. The room felt suffocating, and the walls seemed to close in on him as the magnitude of what he had just witnessed began to settle in. At the end of his emotional breakdown, only one contemplated remained in his mind. IMF***ed. 1427 The Three Conditions. 10 minutes later. Sir Azravan could be seen sitting on the chair opposite Miss Sani's office desk. The door was closed and Felix was leaning against it with his hands crossed and head lowered, some stalks of his golden hair covering his left blue eye. One snake was in front and the other was in the back. Sir Azravan gulped a mouthful in fear as he could feel that those two weren't having any good intentions for him. I appreciate you dropping by at first notice. Miss Sani asked with an innocent tone, do you want a drink? Let's not beat around the bush, you know why I am here. Sir Azravan wasn't in the mood for drinks or anything at the moment as he could feel his life dangling at the hands of Miss Sani. So hasty, fine, let's get into it. Miss Sani's soft demeanor switched instantly to a sinister one as she waved her hand and the whole recording played in front of Sir Azravan. The more he watched, the paler his face became until it was as white as a sheet of paper. That 5-second snippet was nothing compared to the real damage this video had done to his emotional integrity. That's because the video had even their voices recorded, which both frightened him and confused him to no end. How? Just how? We were talking telepathically the whole time. What kind of magic is this? Do you have anything to say to defend yourself? Miss Sani asked, not in the mood to explain something she also had no idea about. Sir Azravan ended up sighing in defeat. Name your price. While he was still absolutely shocked by the existence of this recording, he understood that his life was now in the hands of Miss Sani and if he wanted to save it, he better pay appropriately. As for worrying about the court, he knew that Miss Sani wouldn't have contacted him if she had plans to sue him and ruin his life. Before that, I want to know more about that special fruit of yours. Miss Sani narrowed her eyes coldly, don't you dare lie or hide anything from me. Fine, it's called a scent pear. A hunter under Mr. Zinner's payroll has found a beast eating it from a tree, and when it was done, it obtained a few mutations and then went on its merry ways. The hunter reported the matter to Mr. Zinner, and the next day he plucked the entire tree with its roots and took it to his own private farm. He hired the best intellectual minds in his city and studied the fruit and its tree until they managed to find a method to cultivate a small farm of it. When the farm finished its cultivation, he reached out to me first due to my close relationship with him and suggest that we unite our resources to evolve common beasts and sell them for expensive prices to the collectors. He cultivates the fruits and brings me the beasts while I use my reputation and trusted network to sell them to the highest bidders. He gets a small part of the final sale for each beast, even though I am buying both the beasts and the fruits from him, so it can be said that he is always winning whether an evolution result in an amazing beast or not. For how long were you in this business? About a decade ago. An entire decade. You must have scammed hundreds of rich and authoritative figures. Miss Sani smirked. Imagine what will happen to you if they got a whiff of this. Sir Azravan remained quiet, knowing that nothing he said could get him out of this *thole. Now, tell me, how does it work exactly? Does it have any side effects on those beasts? I can't imagine evolving them this easily without any issues. We have no clue how the transformation works internally and why a mere fruit has such an effect on beasts. What we know is that the evolved beasts end up with emotional turmoil, having increased aggression, fear, sadness, or even erratic behavior. In addition, it reduces its lifespan by a considerable amount, causing some evolved beasts to lose up to 90% of their longevity. While it might sound weird that spiritual beasts also have longevity, it was a really necessary option to keep the heavenly planes balanced. I think you should take a look at it. After all, if spiritual beasts could reproduce and do everything that a normal beast would do without the option of death, it wouldn't take them long before they overpopulated the entire plane, especially when they couldn't get thrown out of the plane like other spirits. How do you explain yourselves when one of those beasts dies in the hands of a collector? Miss Sani frowned. I don't think they will take it lightly. Since the evolved beasts we sell can be considered as a new variation, no one really knows its true longevity. So, when we sell them, we simply make them sign a contract that involved no refunds in case anything happens to the beast, since we merely catch them in the wild. Sir. Azravan answered, not an ounce of shame on his face. In his eyes, he wasn't doing anything bad since he was investing a considerable amount of resources to pull off those rare variations, and whether he hid the truth or not about their origin, the risk for him was still there. How devious! How so? Sir. Azravan replied calmly, I know my clients very well. So, I understand that those collectors would still buy my variations even if I explained their origin and the risks involved. The only difference would be the price. Felix continued the idea for him with an indifferent tone. Exactly. Sir. Azravan nodded as he looked back at Felix. Tell me. Is it so bad that I want to get more money from those filthy rich pigs? They play with hundreds of thousands of lumus like it was nothing, while most spirits struggle to stay afloat in the plane. I ain't scamming the poor, and I never had any intentions of doing so. Sir. Azravan shook his head. In fact, this operation allowed me to lower the prices of my other beasts and make it possible for even normal citizens to purchase a beast and use it as a transportation method or whatnot. You can search the entire plane and you will never find a cheaper cost anywhere else than my shop. Why do you think it's always populated? I might be greedy, but it's not like I have absolutely no morals. Sir. Azravan concluded his speech with a strict expression. While his speech was moving and would make anyone see him in a new light, neither Miss Sani nor Felix seemed to care in the slightest about his good deeds. That's because, at the end of the day, he was still abusing his own servants. This was enough to speak volumes about his true character, which wasn't as rosy and sunny as he made it be. For all we know, you have lowered the prices to keep your reputation on the good side to help you get approved by the government and build a franchise across the plain. Miss Sani replied nonchalantly, we really don't care about your motives, the issue at hand, is how much are you willing to pay to keep yourself and your enterprise alive. *T, why did the video land in the hands of those two emotionless bastards? Sir. Azravan cursed in his mind at the realization that his Robin Hood story failed to land. Their assumption was correct as Sir. Azravan lowered the prices not for the advantage of the poor, but to help him turn his shop into an enterprise empire. It wouldn't be possible without a governmental permit, which could be obtained only through the favor of the spectral wardens. Since you seem struggling to come up with a price, how about this? Miss Sani smiled as she forwarded a holographic screen. The screen showed a short list of demands and conditions that looked like this. 1 million Loomis. 2 40% revenue from all the sales in the shop. 3 Emmerich's freedom. It might be short, but it made Sir. Azravan gasped for a quick breath in utter despair. This. I know, you might think that 1 million Loomis is a lot, but we are generous enough to give you a 2-year deadline to either collect the amount or pay through installments. Miss Sani shook her head. As for the revenue and Emmerich's freedom, I am afraid it's non-negotiable. You are killing me. Sir. Azravan ended up shouting while clutching his beating heart. 40% revenue? How can I keep my enterprise afloat if I gave away so much? Without a bustling business, how can I pay the 1 million fees? You can make it happen if you made your dear associate Zinner reduce the cost of the fruits and beasts. Miss Sani grinned devilishly. I doubt he will reject your proposal if you threaten to bring him down with you. 1428 The Northern District. Since Mr. Zinner had shown up in the video, he was just as involved as Sir. Azravan. Why don't you go for him yourselves? Sir Azravan said with an agitated tone, you can blackmail him too and screw his business apart. Who told you we aren't going to do so? Miss Sani smiled coldly, for now, all you need to care about is to save your own skin. So, you better sign this contract and start working on those payments. Miss Sani forwarded a holographic contract that was more than enough to bind Sir Azravan with them for eternity. 40% of the revenue might not sound like a lot, but it was the smartest decision to make as it was enough to get a significant amount of profits while making sure that Sir Azravan's business stay afloat. This was better than blackmailing him to liquefy his business and get millions of Loomis at once. Plus, this take would end up rising suspicious as there was no way a successful beast seller would sell his entire business without any notice. The upper echelons and law enforcers were bound to investigate the situation and there was a high chance their involvement would come to light. As much as Sir Azravan deserved to be punished, they would also get put in court for blackmail. You monsters, this contract is nothing less but a slave chain. After reading the entire contract, Sir Azravan covered his mouth, feeling sick in his stomach at the evil terms. The contract was heavily in favor of Miss Sani as she made sure that even if Sir Azravan's secret scemploy was found out, it wouldn't come back at her or her people. She insisted that all of the money received was considered a donation to her investigation bureau. This made Sir Azravan understand that he wouldn't be able to drag her with him even if he wanted since the contract ensured her ignorance about the entire matter. While obviously, no one would really believe it, but a contract was a contract and the courts treated it with utmost reverence. Can't you lower? Sign. Fine. Just as Sir Azravan was about to sign the contract with tears threatening to flood from his reddened eyes, Felix called. Wait. Sir Azravan's finger halted instantly and he turned to face Felix with a desperate look, deserving of some sympathy. What? Did you suddenly grow conscious and don't want to do this? Miss Sani frowned. Conscious? What are you talking about? Felix looked at her like she was an idiot and said, I just wanted you to add a term, insisting that he has to hand over the Crimson Lion to me. You. Sir Azravan's face was drained out of colors, awakened to the reality of his situation. the reality that Felix was even more heartless than Miss Sani. "Pfffff, Kikiki, you sure are merciless." Miss Sani laughed out loud as she swiftly pulled back the contract and added the term under Sir Azravan's numbed expression. At this moment, he wanted nothing more but to beat himself for not signing the contract much sooner. Alas, what's done was done. "Sign," she ordered. Fearing that another condition would be added, Sir Azravan signed the contract while holding his chest, seemingly going to suffer from a heart attack. "We expect half of our money to arrive at first light." Miss Sani smiled innocently, showing her cute fangs, "Glad doing business with you, Sir." Azravan showed her a compelled deathly smile and kept looking at the void beneath the desk. "All right, get the F***ck out and also do me a favor and bring Zinner to the city. I have no interest in traveling to his city," Miss Sani ordered as she waved her hand at him in a disposal manner. With shoulders slumped and voice caught in his throat, Sir Azravan walked to the closed door akin to a zombie without an ounce of life in his visage. Felix moved to the side and opened the door for him. The moment he walked out, Felix reminded him with an indifferent tone, "Tell Emmerich to come visit us." The moment Sir Azravan heard the name of his favorite punching bag, his soul seemed to have recovered as clear anger was presented in the depth of his eyes. "I think you should take a look at. It's him, it's him. He is the one who F***ed me over." Sir Azravan seemed like he was trying his best to hold his rage from spelling out, panting with great difficulty. He was smart enough to figure out that Emmerich must have hired Miss Sani to free him from his abuse. "What are you thinking about?" Suddenly, a soft whisper teased his ear as Felix placed his head right on Sir Azravan's shoulder. When Sir Azravan's pupil turned slowly to the side and saw the inner darkness and pure ruthlessness hidden at the depth of Felix's emotionless eyes, his heated blood seemed to have been introduced to a snowstorm. "And no. Nothing," he responded, his teeth chattering in utter fear. "This better be the truth," Felix whispered again. "For I will always be watching you." Before Sir Azravan could react to his threat, Felix was already walking back to the office. "Also, make sure to leave the office with a normal attitude," Felix remarked one last time before closing the door on him. "Monsters, a bunch of monsters." Sir Azravan's fear made him want to take off at his fastest speed back to the comfort of his shop, but the reminder of Felix rang in his mind akin to a church bell. He compelled himself to fix his composure and then took his leave from the door, appearing as stern as always. He is out already," Oculin thought with a solemn expression. He had seen Sir Azravan enter Miss Sani's bureau and was quite curious about the reason. Even though Sir Azravan's demeanor hadn't changed, he still reported the matter to his boss and remained in his position, not wanting to chase him and leave Felix unwatched. Interesting, did he go there for a case? To dig dirt on his competitors? Or for the sake of that bastard? Boss Alves tapped his finger on his desk with an irritated look, trying his best to find the perfect explanation for this. Alas, he was coming out blank. In the end, he decided to leave it to his subordinates to investigate as he had a meeting in 15 minutes with Duke Humphrey. "It's best to leave early, I am not in the mood for a lecture." Boss Alves fixed his apple green coat and took off into the air, heading towards the northern side of the city, where the richest and most influential spirits reside. The northern district was considered the crown jewel of opulence and power. With grand boulevards lined with shimmering trees and palatial residences, it was a testament to the city's wealth and prestige. Home to the city's elite and influential figures, this district radiated authority, as its sky-touching towers and intricately designed mansions house the echelons of the spiritual realm's aristocracy. Here, power and privilege intertwine, making it the most sought-after piece of real estate in Astralis. Unfortunately, even Boss Alves and the other richest figures had no estate in this district. It wasn't because they couldn't afford it, but because this district was mainly left for governmental officials. Anyone getting a position in the government would be given a free estate depending on his preference and rank. The ethereal elders, the spectral wardens, the soul scribes, the astral law enforcers, and the rest of the governmental officials were all housed here, separated from the rest of the spirits. If Boss Alves wasn't a golden spirit, he wouldn't have been approved to enter this district in the first place. After flying for a couple of minutes, Boss Alves descended in front of the gate of a grand mansion sprawled over acres of manicured gardens. Its facade was adorned with intricate carvings and precious gemstones that caught the ethereal glow of the spirit realm. Ka-thum! Without needing to announce his attendance, the magnificent silver gate was opened for him, and he continued his flight toward the main building, ignoring the red-colored servants and the unique beasts roaming the gardens freely. After reaching the main door, a maid bowed in his direction and took off his coat, then, she led him towards Duke Humphrey silently. "This place never fails to give me the creeps." Boss Alves' eyes roamed around, feeling uneasy with each step he took. While the others would die to visit this mansion and appreciate its artistic style and furniture, Boss Alves knew exactly what kind of place this was. "I hope he didn't bring me here to discuss the fallen specters. I really don't want any part of his insanity." Boss Alves wished in his mind, but his feet never stopped moving. 1429 The negativity fuelers. "Please." The maid gestured with her hand politely the moment they had arrived in front of a closed-shut red wooden door, then, she took her leave. Knock knock. Boss Alves knocked twice and opened the door gently before asking for permission. "May I come in?" "Enter." Boss Alves went forward and closed the door behind him. He looked in front and greeted, "I am grateful for the invitation, Duke." Duke Humphrey made an acknowledgement noise as he sat at his desk, his tall, imposing figure silhouetted against the vast window that framed the skyline of Astralis city. With his back to the entrance, he seemed engrossed in the world outside, his silver-streaked hair catching the room's ambient light. The meticulous arrangement of his office, from the aged tomes to the ornate artifacts, reflected a man of order and discipline. Yet, there was an air of contemplation about him, as if the weight of the city's matters pressed heavily on his shoulders. With how Kara described her abuse, no one would ever paint the image of a villain capable of such a heinous crime on this dignified elder. "Sit," he ordered, turning his chair slowly to face Boss Alves. Boss Alves sat down in front of him and remained silent, his heartbeats increasing in speed, but his expression remained unfazed. "First, how are you treating my previous servant's dilemma? Is she on the streets?" Duke Humphrey asked. "As I have told you before, I have already blacklisted her master, which made her stay on the streets for a couple of weeks." Boss Alves shook his head. "Unfortunately, my plan was foiled with that lunatic detective Sani's intervention. She has hired the boy and allowed him to stay in her place with his servants. In conclusion, she isn't on the street and nowhere near getting kicked out, correct?" Duke Humphrey narrowed his eyes. It was like he didn't care about the excuses brought out by Boss Alves and was more interested in only the results. Not yet, I am handling it at the moment, investing the best of my people." Boss Alves replied, his pupils thinning in distress. "You should work even harder on it, this issue involves you as much as it involves me," Duke Humphrey disclosed. "What do you mean?" Boss Alves suddenly felt a chill course on his spine after asking the question, already knowing that the answer was bound to ruin his night. He wasn't wrong in his assumption. That little one was one of the first subjects turned into a negativity fueler. She had seen too much and knows too much. Duke Humphrey said calmly. "Negativity fueler. No wonder he is attempting to kick her out of the plane." Boss Alves sucked a deep breath in shock. He always knew that it was weird for Duke Humphrey to focus on a little servant this hard, but he didn't expect the reason to be this damning. "But that's impossible. Negativity fuelers never survive the process and always end up wishing to be kicked out of the plane," Boss Alves expressed. He was certain about this since he had overseen a negative energy harvesting process. His memory was still vivid to this day. 3 decades ago. Boss Alves stood atop a raised platform, overlooking the dimly lit, vast chamber below. Rows upon rows of negativity fuelers were bound, their once vibrant auras now dulled to a shadowy grey. Mechanisms and contraptions surrounded each spirit, with thin tendrils drawing out wisps of dark, smoky energy from their beings. The process was not a silent one, the chamber echoed with the harrowing cries and wails of these spirits as they underwent unbearable pain and torment. I think you should take a look at it. Some were physically restrained, while others seemed to be trapped in horrific mental simulations, their expressions reflecting their unspeakable traumas. What in the horror is this? Boss Alves's entire body shivered in fear and doubt as he continued hearing those harrowing wails, making him feel like his entire body was thrown into a freezer. You wanted to know where we get our negative energy to create fallen specters, this is how. Duke Humphrey was standing next to him, his hands held behind his back. His visage was as stern and unmoving as ever, like the pitiful screams of the spirits below meant nothing to him. But, those are your own servants, how can I? Duke Humphrey eyed him weirdly, am I doing anything wrong? I have given them a written contract explaining clearly that their stay under me wasn't going to be a pleasant experience in the slightest, and law enforcers wouldn't be involved. Yet, more and more servants keep flocking to be accepted by me. It's not my fault that their greed for Loomis outweighed their sense of risk. How can he say this with a straight face? He is a madman, he is actually a madman. Boss Alves' thoughts were condemning Duke's reasoning, but on the exterior, he was nodding his head in agreement. He understood that those poor servants believed that the moment they work under an ethereal elder, their lives would be set and they could even become golden spirits in the future with his assistance. As for the dangers, all of them were willing to suffer some pain under him, thinking that it would be all worth it in the end. But none of them would have dared to apply to work under him if they had any idea that his notion of unpleasant experience meant direct torture. All of them assumed that it would be surviving some of his angry rants or beatdowns, something many servants were already used to it under the hands of other masters. But not this at all. I wanna die. I wanna die. Suddenly, Boss Alves' attention was drawn to a nearby spirit in one of the glass chambers, screaming at the top of his lung while banging on the glass with skinless bloodied hands. His entire skin was gone, exposing his flesh to the outside, and this wasn't all. He had many thick needles pricking him non-stop directly in his never-endings. Expel me! Expel me! Expel me! Alves watched with a cold expression, but the depth of his eyes couldn't hide the emotional turmoil he was going through. Damn it, looks like we will be losing another one. Duke Humphrey sighed in disappointment. What do you mean? Before he could finish his question, Boss Alves was shocked at the spirit's light flickering weakly before they went completely dark. Then, a swirling vortex of energy formed beneath it, creating a vacuum that tugged at the spirit, pulling it down. The onlookers, including other spirits under the torture, witnessed with a mix of terror and despair as one of their own getting dragged into the swirling vortex, his feeble cries echoing throughout the chamber before being consumed by the portal. With a final flash of light, the portal sealed, leaving behind a void where the spirit once was. The skinless spirit was no longer a part of the heavenly plane, expelled and cast away into the vast unknowns of the spirit realm, banished to become a mindless wandering spirit yet again. What did just happen? Boss Alves muttered, his stunned eyes refraining from blinking even once. This is a phenomenon I have discovered. Duke Humphrey clarified with an impartial tone, when a spirit goes through a literal hell of pain and he couldn't survive it. If his will was strong enough to desire death, the heavenly plane automatically fulfills his wish and banishes him. Boss Alves found no words to use after hearing his statement. All he could think of was, all spirits fear the expulsion from the heavenly plane more than they fear Lord Hades. For him to wish such fate on himself, what kind of hell, what kind of sicking agony he was going through. Boss Alves's heart turned icer and icer as he turned to stare at Duke Humphrey from the side. Most importantly, what kind of diabolical monster does this to others after already reaching the peak of authority in the heavenly plane? Is he doing this for fun? 1430 No medicine for regrets. Boss Alves had no idea what was Duke Humphrey's end goal in creating fallen specters. No matter how hard he thought about it, he really couldn't figure out a legit reason to go this far. In his eyes, Duke Humphrey was actually risking his position as an ethereal elder by pulling this crap, and if he was ever to be found, Lord Hades himself would deliver the punishment. Still, he didn't dare ask him about it as he had no intentions of involving himself in this operation even deeper. Alas, he had no clue that the moment he was brought down to oversee the negativity energies harvesting process, he was already too deep to come out. 3 decades later, he was just as involved as Duke Humphrey whether he wanted to admit it or not. Back to the present. But, how did she escape from you? I thought your contracts were bulletproof. Boss Alves asked about Kara. It was due to a lapse of judgment from me, a lapse that I have never made ever again. Duke Humphrey replied, his eyes colder than usual. I see. While this didn't answer his question, Boss Alves knew when to stop pressing the matter. Right away, he switched the topic. I can assure you that she will get kicked out of the heaven plane even if it's the last thing I do. At this moment, Boss Alves wasn't even planning to do this for the sake of the Duke, but for himself. As the Duke said, he was involved too deeply in the project, and if things turned south, he had no way to save himself unless the Duke came forward and admitted that he had forced him to carry his missions. Boss Alves was certain that the Duke wasn't going to take the fall by himself. Duke Humphrey made a noise of acknowledgement and went to the main subject of the meeting. I received news from Shaikh that our operations have successfully spread out to Eldergard and Midnight cities. The reception of becoming fallen specters turned out to be received with open arms by the most desperate dark and indigo spirits. He is asking for extra hands to help facilitate the process without raising alarms. Duke Humphrey ordered, take care of it. Black lines appeared on Boss Alves' forehead at the order, not pleased in the slightest. Is there a problem? Duke asked calmly. My lord, I have already told you before that my services will be related to the capital and the capital only. Boss Alves replied, his fists clutched tightly. He knew that he would be in trouble for rejecting the Duke's order, but if he didn't stand firm on his boundaries, he was certain that his business might not survive. Unexpectedly, Duke Humphrey neither cursed nor scolded him. He simply turned his chair to face the window again and uttered, I see, I guess I will ask someone else to do it. You're excused. Instead of being relieved, Boss Alves' heartbeats accelerated rapidly in agitation as he had a bad feeling that if he dared to walk out of the office, it wasn't going to end well for him or his business. I can't win, I just can't win. In the end, Boss Alves smiled bitterly at the reality of his situation, understanding that whether he rejected or accepted the order, he could never escape from Duke Humphrey's strings. In other words, if he decided to be a useful puppet, he would be left alone. If he decided otherwise, Duke Humphrey had no issue with throwing him in the trash and replacing him with another. On second thought, I was also thinking of expanding my estates in those cities, so tell Shaikh I will send my men to help him out. Duke Humphrey neither acted happy nor surprised by his sudden switch. He didn't even bother to turn his chair and face him. He gave a slight head nod and waved his hand, gesturing for him to take his leave. Thank you for your time. Not daring to overstay his welcome, Boss Alves left the office and straightaway headed to the exit, having no plans to tour the mansion. Sigh, why did I have to accept his help? Feel like I signed a contract with the devil. Boss Alves sighed helplessly, feeling akin to a feather carried by the wind toward a storm. When the Red Fang's organization ended with a major loss that was going to put them under once and for good, it was Duke Humphrey who reached out with a hand and pulled them from the rubble. At that time, Boss Alves was desperate enough to accept his help even though he knew that it would turn the Duke into his benefactor. He didn't have problems with this as he also felt good to be under someone with that kind of authority. So, each time a problem arose in his business, he always turned to Duke Humphrey for help. The Duke never inquired him for anything in return until the eventful day, when he brought him into his fallen spectre's operation. At that point, Boss Alves was already too indebted to reject anything asked of him. If it was possible to turn back time, he would have rather chosen to have his business get ruined than take that demon's hands. Alas! There was no medicine for regret. I think you should take a look at it. If I want to kick that girl, I need to kick now both her master and that lunatic. Boss Alves narrowed his eyes coldly. With all the shady deals that witch makes in each case, I just need to find one destructive enough to get her kicked out. Then, I can deal with those two rats. When push came to shove, Boss Alves had no intentions of going easy on a bunch of strangers at risk of his own downfall. The fact that Felix had already pissed the living sh*t out of him didn't make the decision any harder. Many days later. How is the preparation going? The Great Filter stage will start tomorrow and many contestants from different cities have already gathered in the capital. Miss Sani asked lazily as she placed her foot above the other at her desk while using a file to smooth the edges of her nails. Not bad. Felix replied, leaning against the door while staring at a holographic screen. He was reading the news about all the contestants who made their arrival public, challenging him, Ravager, and Goliath. Paradisa City, Valeriali City, Nirvani City, and even Luminara City contestants have voiced their challenge. Do they consider us weak? Felix muttered with a neutral tone. Well, you are the only red-graded spirit qualified for the tournament. Miss Sani replied, but it's not really about that. The capital has always been targeted each year since it's considered the biggest and most influential city in the heavenly plane. So, if they challenged the champion and defeated him, the spotlight on them will be 10 times more potent than doing it in their cities or in the fields. In other words, it's a major chance to advertise their sponsors whether they won or lost, Felix said. Bingo! Well, I am glad. Felix showed a sinister smile. They made it easier for me to pass the Great Filter stage without needing to hunt others in the fields. You certain are pretty confident? Miss Sani chuckled, knowing that Felix had every reason to act this cocky. She had seen him waste more than 400,000 lumis on spiritual treasures, clearing them off the markets and spiking their prices by 5 times. Only then did he halt buying them. In the past week, he had devoured everything and boosted his spiritual prowess to an unfathomable level. The money obliviously came from Sir Azravan and Mr. Zinner. Since Felix had won the bet against Miss Sani, she stood to her word and split a 50/50ths profit with him, which made him earn a sizable chunk of crystals to aid his preparation. Sir Azravan also stuck to his word and freed Emmerich, who was more than grateful for his freedom even when the case didn't rotate exactly the way he wanted. You better go to the coliseum and utilize your champion privilege to reserve for your challenges before the start of the filter stage. Miss Sani advised. I was planning to. Felix uttered as he closed the hologram. While battles weren't allowed in the city, the coliseum was an exception. The champion of each city was given the privilege to reserve the coliseum for his own fights ahead of everyone else. Sekiro, let's go. Felix threw a black jacket on himself and exited the bureau with Sekiro following him up close. Roar! Roar! The moment they got out, they were met with a two-headed crimson lion, standing majestically near the door akin to a guard hound. Sir Azravan kept his word and delivered the lion to Felix even when his heart was being ripped out of its place. This was supposed to be his jackpot, a beast capable of being solved for at least 1 million or even more if he got lucky. Alas, unless he signed the contract, he wouldn't even be in the heavenly plane to enjoy that million. Obviously, while the lion belonged to Felix, it was decided that if he wanted to sell it, the money would be split 50/50ths with Miss Sani. There was no way she would be giving Felix such an expensive beast free of charge. Roar roar! Shut up! With a single cold glance from Felix and the two-headed lion went quiet instantly, lowering their heads and whimpering silently like they had met their true alpha. Felix and Sekiro jumped on the back of the lion and Felix ordered it to take off towards the Coliseum. It was time for the main show to start. 1431 10 cities at once. Inside the coliseum. Looks like everyone is here. Ravager commentated calmly as he walked through the coliseum's wide-open gate leading to the arena and saw that all the fighters from other cities were spread out on the stands. Each zone in the stands seemed to be occupied by a city's qualifiers, creating a pressuring aura to push everyone from daring to encroach on their zone. Since there were more than 10 cities' representatives had arrived today, the atmosphere was quite electric. This will be fun. Goliath smirked as he cracked his knuckles, walking right beside him. Just like they had noticed them, the other contestants' focus was immediately drawn to them. Long time no see, Ravager. Storm Chaser greeted from a distance with a faint smile. With hair that resembled a gusty storm cloud, he was famous for summoning electric currents, leaving static in the air wherever he goes. He was the champion of Paradisa City and this was his third time participating in the Heavenly Plains tournament, which wasn't an easy task in the slightest. Roll, I haven't thought you will be foolish enough to seek an early elimination, Ravager replied, his tone as cold as ever. Early elimination? Ho ho ho, strong words coming from the second runner. Nadira Flammehart interjected with a mocking crackle. Nadira was a medium-built alluring woman with wild fiery curls cascading down her back, her amber eyes danced with mischief. She was clad in red leather armor that seemed to be burning up. At her left and right, sat the second runner and third runner from her city, Valeriali. I thought you wouldn't bother showing your face after getting your ass hooped at the hands of a newbie. Thornbriarwood joined the conversation with a deep rough voice, sounding like two metallic boards clanging against each other. He had dark green eyes and a rugged appearance as his skin seemed like it was made out of a tree bark. He was a master of flora manipulation and other elements, striking fear in Nirvani's city's fighters and earning his qualification for the tournament the second time in a row. A newbie. Ravager smirked coldly, I hope you will have the same confidence when you land against him. We saw his fights, he is strong, but he hasn't shown anything that can't be handled, though, his utilization of sound element is quite intriguing. Ilaram Moonshade replied softly, but her voice still traveled across the entire arena. She was a tall slim beautiful tan-skinned lady, she possessed silvery tattoos that glowed depending on the moon's phase. She was the champion of Luminara City and considered the goddess of it as almost all companies were using her as a model for their products. In fact, she was the only one with multiple powerful sponsors behind her back, working together to push her image higher and higher to secure better opportunities for advertisement. Even you, Ilara. Goliath narrowed his eyes coldly, didn't we ally with your team last year and managed to bring down 8 cities under our feet? We promised we will become allies in this year's tournament. In the Great Filter stage, while the rules didn't enforce the fighters to create teams from each city, the fighters still did it for their own benefit. After all, there could be a bit of trust between fighters from the same city since they would be representing all of its citizens and if someone betrayed the team, his reputation would be damaged immensely in his hometown. Ravager, Goliath, and Avalanche were the known Astralis team for the past years and they had gone through too many battles together in the Great Filter stage, either alone or allied with other cities. Last year, they allied with Luminara City's representatives and managed to get decent results even though only Ravager and Ilaram made it to the final top 16. That was before we knew that Ravager was weak enough to fail to become this year's champion. Ilara replied with the same gentle tone, plus, your champion is an unpredictable variable and it's best to not associate ourselves with him. Haha. As expected of our goddess, you never sugarcoat your words. Iron Forge, the second runner, laughed out loud with his head facing the sky. The remaining champions and their second/third in line seemed to be sharing the same mentality as Ilana. None of them stepped in to offer a hand to Ravager, making it clear that they have absolutely no interest in becoming allies with them. This is a bit problematic. Goliath frowned, a look of distress started to show on his face. He was confident in his strength and Ravager, but he knew that it would be tough for them to take down 30 capable fighters. Since everyone was forced to accept challenges from other fighters or it would be considered as an automatic forfeit, it meant that they would be left with two options. Either stay in the coliseum and accept all the challenges with short windows for a break, or leave the coliseum and avoid the challenges entirely. The only issue with the second option was that the coliseum would be declared as conquered and it would be used to host fights of other cities in their own city. I will never let such a shameful scenario happen under my watch. Goliath growled. Looking a bit intense there, little goalie. How about we start with a quick warm-up? Horvik, the Earthshaker, suddenly jumped from the stands and landed in the center of the arena with a loud booming thud. His feet were seen digging deep into the ground while more than 10 meters around him was turned into a cracked wasteland. I think you should take a look at it. As his name suggested, his appearance resembled the very mountains he commanded. His skin seemed made out of rocks and rubbles kept falling from him. With the golden hue surrounding him akin to a cape, no one would think that he was the third runner from Paradisa City. Don't mind if I do. Goliath joined him in the arena, allowing his hot lava to pour out of his skin and create a pool of lava around him. Suddenly, the host Mr. Sagras flew into the arena while yelling into the microphone. Why, there won't be any fighting until the city's champion arrives and give permission. Tisk, then where is he? He should know by now about our arrival. PFFF, did our numbers scare him? Nadera Flamehart chuckled. Most likely, he is still new to all of this and he must have not expected that he will be fending off 10 cities right on the first day. Thornbriarwood uttered calmly. Everyone knew that the moment cities attack one another, the champion would be given a single day to make his decision of whether he wanted to accept their challenges in the Colosseum or hand over the rulership to the second runner. If the second runner refused to accept the challenges, the third runner would be given the right of command. Only after he rejected them would the Colosseum would be considered a free-for-all place for battles in the Great Filter stage. Since the capital had most of the population and influence in the heavenly plane, turning its arena into a public space meant all contestants would honor their sponsors' wishes and fight under the highest viewership. Goliath and Ravager were obliged by their own sponsors to never make this happen as they wanted to advertise their products to other cities, not bring outsiders' stuff into their own city. This was one of the reasons they wanted to either bring Felix to their side or get rid of him. Without him being sponsored at the moment, it could be uttered that he was making it harder for them to keep the metropolis under their reigns. If he isn't going to show up in the next 2 hours, I will return to my hotel. Hotel? I came all the way here, it will be a shame if I didn't taste the city's cuisine. Thornbriarwood uttered as he licked his tongue. Disgusting perv. Nadera gave him a nasty side glance, knowing exactly that he wasn't implying food. The rest of the combatants seemed to have made the same decision to take a hike after a few hours since they knew that Felix was in the metropolis through their GPS. If he didn't show up, it only meant that he cowered up. Speaking about the GPS, many combatants pulled their devices, wanting to see if he was still in his original place or if he had made his move. Hey! When they noticed his new location, all of them lifted their heads instinctively. What's the matter? The other combatants were left confused at their teammates' reaction and looked up as well, just to be left stunned at the sight before them. There, hovering above the center of the Colosseum, was Felix, astride his majestic two-headed crimson lion. Its wings, vast and powerful, beat the air with rhythmic grace, holding them both aloft. The lion's tail, aflame with brown flames, waved majestically, leaving a trail of sparks. The sight was awe-inspiring, a fusion of might and elegance. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The once noisy arena was plunged into stunned silence, broken only by the soft beat of the lion's wings. Whether it was a victor or not, none of them managed to escape from showing an astounded and awed expression at the divinity of the crimson lion. Even from afar, they understood deep down in their hearts that this beast was absolutely priceless. Is that the traveler? How did he get his hands on such a divine creature? Didn't the information say he is a newcomer? Talented spirit? How can he gain enough money and network to buy such a beast? Did he hunt it on his own? That can't be, the permits take decades to be released. Maybe his master lent it to him to make an entrance. Forget it, his master is that broke cheapskate witch. Everyone was left absolutely clueless about this situation, trying their absolute best to make sense of it but to no avail. Even Ravager was taken aback. Traveler, how can one change so much in 2 weeks? Ravager muttered, his heart started beating out of his chest the moment his eyes landed on Felix's expressionless expression. He could feel it, he could feel that Felix had gotten much, much stronger than he could have ever imagined. 1432 At last, some silence. Roar roar. With 2 thunderous majestic roars, the crimson flaming lion landed in the center of the arena, kicking off a cloud of dust around it. Wait for me at the side, Felix ordered the beast and Sekiro before jumping into the arena alone. The crimson lion took off into the air and landed in an empty area in the stands, sitting with its legs folded and 2 heads leaning against each other. They went to sleep immediately, not caring in the slightest about all the eyes affixed on them. It's even more majestic up front. I doubt I can get one even if I worked my entire life. This really makes no sense. This was the effect of possessing a divine beast in the heavenly plane. It was a symbol of status, power, and reputation. Yet, it was owned by a mere red-graded spirit, which shouldn't be possible under any circumstances. Traveler, did you steal this beast from someone? Rollstorm Chaser made a joke, but his tone couldn't be more serious. It was clear that he was digging into Felix's reason for owning such a beast and everyone perked up their ears in interest to know the answer. If anyone here to chit-chat, leave the coliseum immediately, Felix uttered with a nonchalant tone. If you came to fight, stay quiet and wait until midnight. Aren't you a bit too cocky? Nadera Flammehart gave him a displeased look. Felix didn't even bother to glance in her direction. He looked at Goliath and Earthshaker, then nodded his head and emptied the arena, a clear sign of giving them permission to go at it. While this was what those 2 wanted, it still didn't feel right to have a mere red-graded spirit order them around like this. Suddenly, I am no longer in the mood to fight. The Earthshaker scratched the back of his head with an irritated expression and tried to leave the arena. As much as I don't like this situation, you ain't going anywhere. Goliath eyed him coldly. I challenge you to a duel, it's your move now. Horvik, the Earthshaker turned around, his face oozing with displeasure and anger. Are you sure about this? Although the Great Filter stage wouldn't start until tomorrow and Horvik wasn't forced to accept the challenge, he couldn't turn back as it would make him seem like a coward. Make a move or F***ck off to whatever hole you crawled from. Goliath gestured with his molten hand for him to start the fight. Just as Horvik, the Earthshaker was about to get into his battle stance, Mr. Sawgrass got in the way again. Wait, wait, wait. You can't waste a good fight like this without having a live audience to spice things up, right? Think about your sponsors, they won't be pleased if one of you got eliminated and hasn't brought any attention to their companies. That's true. Goliath lowered his arms, knowing that it was truly not the best time to fight. Sawgrass, make a public announcement that I will be fighting this bag of rocks at midnight. He requested with a stern tone. Of course, of course. Mr. Sawgrass agreed to it immediately. Aren't you lucky? Delaying your damnation by a few hours. Nadera Flammehart snickered as she eyed Felix. Felix ignored her yet again and gazed at everyone who seemed to be planning to leave the Coliseum. Where do you think you are going? I didn't come all the way here just to reschedule. Felix uttered indifferently, I have more important stuff to handle than fool around with you. Before anyone could react to his statements, Felix announced. I challenge everyone here but Goliath and Ravager to group combat at midnight. The moment the announcement rang in everyone's ears, their bodies froze in their places, slowly but surely, they all turned to stare at Felix with widened eyes like they were looking at a madman. Even Ravager, Goliath, and Mr. Sawgrass shared the same reaction. Sigh, I had a feeling he will do something as crazy as this. Sekiro face-palmed, feeling like an idiot for thinking otherwise. Meanwhile, Felix was seen returning to the arena while rolling up his sleeves, his expression as indifferent as always, like he hadn't just challenged 30 of the strongest fighters in 10 cities. Have you lost your damn mind? In the end, Goliath was the first to break into a furious tirade. He pointed his shaky finger at Felix's back and yelled, "How can you do something so retarded? You will get absolutely thrashed and make the situation even worse for us. Ha ha ha. He really is a crazy F***er. Ironforge caught his stomach as he burst into noisy laughter after finally processing this insane situation. Ha ha. Did he think he owns the heavenly plane after defeating Ravager? This sh*t is too hilarious. Nadira Flammehart wiped her tears from laughing so hard, not taking Felix seriously even for a moment. As expected, he is an untrusted variable. Ilaram Moonshade shook her head in disappointment. This is a first. This is the first time I meet someone so eager to get disposed of from the tournament. Did he lose a bet or something? Rollstorm Chaser was left more confused, albeit the situation was quite hilarious. If Felix had challenged one of them to a duel, they would be nothing more than interested. But, to challenge everyone to a group battle? It was literally a suicidal decision, since it meant that Felix would have to defeat all 30 of them simultaneously if they accepted the challenge. While it was called a group battle, it was more or less a one-for-all battle royal, since there weren't any fighting rules in the Great Filter stage. Everyone was allowed to hit and eliminate each other, but in this scenario, guys, we can't refuse such a freebie challenge, but we also can't indulge in this fight without a proper viewership. Thornbriarwood suggested with a rough voice, how about we send one of us to eliminate him quickly and then make proper separate battles between us? My exact thoughts. Likewise. This F***er has no sponsor, so he doesn't care about such things. Let's get rid of him quickly and turn this city into our turf. No one declined the suggestion. Without an ounce of hesitation, the fighters jumped into the arena one by one until Felix was encircled by 30 strong fighters from all directions. SHT, SHT, SH*T. Goliath gritted his teeth in anger at his inability to do anything. He wanted to join the group combat, but he understood that he would receive the same treatment as Felix. What are you up to? Meanwhile, Ravager had a different reaction from everyone else. As the one who fought him to the very end, he understood that Felix would never do something without careful preparation. In other words, if he decided to take on this many at once, he had something that would enable him to win, but, no matter how hard Ravager thought about it, he couldn't find anything. F***ing bastard. Always making my job harder than it is. Mr. Sawgrass cursed with sweat covering his forehead as he brought out his crystal device and started contacting his connections to swiftly promote the upcoming battle and sell the tickets for the show. When the news got out, no one dared to skip such a showdown, especially when they heard it would be a group battle. At midnight sharp, the battle was finally streamed live to millions of waiting spirits in the chat rooms. The entire coliseum was packed to the brim with spectators, and even the VIP lounges were sold out in less than a few seconds from the announcement. Having no intentions to wait until a greater number of viewers joined the stream, Felix stood up and dusted his ass, then, he inquired as he eyed everyone, "Shall we begin?" "Don't be too hasty, we have yet to decide who will take care of you." Nadira Flammehart grinned coldly. "It's not like you had 3 hours to do it." Felix replied with an indifferent tone. The fighters ignored his remark and began discussing who would take him down after the stream was finally live. It was clear that everyone wanted to show the viewers across the entire heavenly plane that they had no interest in ganging up on Felix. "Leave him to me, I will make sure to erase his cocky attitude instantly," Thornbriarwood requested as he turned his hands into giant poisonous wooden fists. "You wish. He is still the capital's champion, and whoever got rid of him will get immense publicity." Horvik, the Earthshaker, scoffed. "So, how do you guys want to decide this?" Rollstorm Chaser inquired. Let's do it through a digital raffle. Ilaram Moonshade said softly, whoever is interested in fighting him join the raffle and the winner will fight him. Fine by me. Alright. I'm in. One by one, the fighters all agreed to use a raffle system, not caring that their discussion was being held right in front of their opponent. Kiki, look how they are disrespecting your master nationally. Miss Sani chuckled as she watched the stream with Kara and little Timmy. Bunch of mean bastards. My master will teach them a lesson. Kara showed an angry expression, which made her look cuter than dangerous. Oh ho? Aren't you too confident in him? Miss Sani raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did he show you something? Kara nodded her head with a look of reverence and said, my master is going to eliminate them all at once. All at once? Kiki, I know he became extremely strong with his spiritual treasures investment, but it will still take him a while to eliminate. Hey! Abruptly, the rest of the sentence was stuck in Miss Sani's throat after her widened pupils reflected one of the most unbelievable sights she had ever seen. Felix raised his hands leisurely, uncaring about the ongoing disrespectful discussion about him. Then, with a single, resounding clap, a palpable wave of energy emanated from Felix, rolling outwards. The fighters didn't even have time to react. It was as if the very sound had a weight, a force that pushed against them, sapping their energy. One by one, each fighter's knees buckled, and their strength drained, weapons dropped, and armored bodies thudded onto the ground, creating a surreal rhythm of defeat. All of them, regardless if it was a champion, a goddess, or a third runner, all of them ended up on the floor with their eyes showing nothing but white. At last, some silence. In the aftermath, Felix stood alone amidst a circle of unconscious adversaries, the silent master of the arena. Ravager, Goliath, and the live audience stared in stunned silence, grappling with the unprecedented display of power they'd just witnessed. Only one thought was swimming across their minds: it's done. 1433, the first to secure a spot. Meanwhile, the spectators at home, who had just tuned in and prepared themselves for an exhilarating battle, stared in wide-eyed disbelief at their screens. Families gathered in living rooms gasped collectively, their plans for a spirited evening of rooting for their favorites abruptly halted. Dad? Why are they on the ground? Is this some trick? I don't know. Young children asked their elders if what they witnessed was a trick, while the older generation, who thought they'd seen it all, could only shake their heads in utter dumbfoundedness. Up in the opulent chambers of the Coliseum, a hushed silence prevailed. Here, amidst grandeur and decadence, the powerful and powerful had gathered, many having personally sponsored some of the now incapacitated fighters. Crystal chalices, hovering mid-air, paused in their paths as conversations came to an abrupt stop. Whispers filled the room, each murmurs a mix of disbelief and shock. He did that with a mere clap. Lady Iris felt shivers course down her spine as she watched Felix walking down the arena with the same emotionless expression. What kind of power is that? Boss Gideon asked, but no one was in the right state to answer him. Even Mr. Atricus' pupils were enlarged to the limit, trying his best to process the scene before him but to no avail. Impossible, this is just impossible. There is no way he made everyone lose consciousness with just a single clap. Madame Arabella was the first to have her insanity crack. Unfortunately for everyone, Felix had no plans to explain what happened. He merely whistled once and the crimson double-headed lion woke up from its slumber. Thud. It landed in front of Felix and he mounted on top with Sekiro, then, he ordered it to return home. After following his trajectory for a moment with their eyes, Felix disappeared into the horizon, making everyone switch their focus to the fallen fighters. In a few moments at best, the 30 incapacitated fighters began to stir. Slowly, the weight of the situation pressed down on them as they regained their senses, their visions, previously a blur, started to focus on the distant sky of the Coliseum. Then, it hit them. You have been eliminated from the competition, please separate yourself from other fighters. You have been removed from the competition, please separate yourself from other fighters. You have been removed from the competition, please separate yourself from other fighters. One by one, they received this notification in their crystal devices, sounding loud and clear across the arena. When Nadira, Rul, Thorn, Ilera, and the rest of the fighters heard it, their hearts sunk to the bottom of their stomach while their brains seemed to have short-circuited from stupefaction. It can't be. This isn't real. Me? Eliminated? Me? Like this? What the F***ck just happened? Some were still in denial, some skipped straight to bargaining, and some were left absolutely livid. The realization hit them like a tidal wave, they had been taken out of the competition not by a strike, not by an elemental spell, but by a mere clap of hands. Feelings of indignation, disbelief, and embarrassment washed over them, especially, when they were talking all that crap, just to end up passing out without laying a single finger on Felix. As the reality set in, some of the ashamed fighters left the arena with their heads lowered, while others left with flames burning in their eyes, not wanting to accept their early elimination without proper explanation. This is truly an unbelievable sight. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I was beaten to a pulp. Mr. Sawgrass commentated with a tint of suppressed enthusiasm as he watched the outsiders, running away with their tails behind their backs. Hoo! Clap! 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 As Astrali's citizens broke out of their daze, all of them cheered across the entire city, not caring in the slightest about the method used. All they cared about was the result, and Felix had shown everyone that he wasn't joining this tournament to fool around. Back at the bureau. You better tell me how you pulled it off. I can't sleep in peace without knowing. Miss Sani was seen choking Felix's collar as she yelled at him like a frantic woman. Felix was ignoring her completely, his eyes affixed to the news on the TV. It was speaking about none other than his latest domination over 30 fighters, which caused a ruckus across the entire heavenly plane, especially, when the battle lasted for less than a couple of seconds and everyone was removed by a mere harmless clap. Tell me. Tell me. Miss Sani kept shaking Felix's head, wanting to irritate him into a confession. Alas, Felix was invested in his own thoughts. It worked as a charm because of those idiots underestimating me and not popping off their telekinesis barriers the moment they got into the arena. I doubt it will work again now that everyone will start fearing me for real. Felix shrugged his shoulders. Whatever, I learned it for the sake of the great filter stage anyways. The moment Felix was done with the case, he threw himself into his preparation to secure his spot in the top 16 elimination stage. His increased spiritual prowess to such a high level enabled him to have more access to much more complex and fuel-consuming abilities. While the sound wave emerging from the clap seemed quite simple, in reality, it was one of the most complex vibrational abilities he had to master until this point. He called it, brain shutdown. It was a formidable ability that delved into the intricate neural networks of the target, meticulously identifying and matching the unique brainwave frequencies of the opponent. Once synchronized, Felix released a precise vibrational burst, causing a disruption in the natural flow of electrical impulses within the brain. This disruption immediately overloaded the neural pathways, making it impossible for the target to remain conscious. The strength of brain shutdown was such that resistance was futile as long as the target wasn't shielding his mind and body with a telekinesis barrier. It required immense concentration and mastery, as even the slightest miscalculation can render the technique ineffective. Fortunately or unfortunately, Felix used Kura as his practice dummy in the past week. While it seemed a bit inhumane and too ruthless, Kura didn't mind helping Felix at all, especially when the worst thing that happened was her passing out gently into the floor without any pain. The traveler has removed 30 fighters, which resulted in his obtaining 30 points. He could be uttered to have secured his spot in the next stage in less than 10 seconds from the start of the Great Filter stage. This is a historical record on its own, as even the most powerful champion Nebula hadn't achieved the same extraordinary results. Is this the start of a new legacy for Astrali's city and the end of the tale for the Northern Lights city? The reporter on the screen was a clear Australian citizen as he spoke with great zeal and joy, making sure that the entire heavenly plane hear about Felix's achievement. He sure did a great job, as the news didn't take long before it reached the Northern Lights' infamous representatives, Zephyr, Evergreen, and Nebula. Amidst the clear azure sky, 3 majestic beasts soared, each leaving its own distinct trail. Zephyr rode a griffocorn, a magnificent creature with the body of a bear, the wings of an eagle, and the spiraled horn of a unicorn, which glowed a soft blue. Evergreen was mounted on the verdant Wyrm, a serpentine creature covered in lush green scales and adorned with leafy wings, its very being seeming to embody the essence of forests. Nebula glided gracefully on a celeste fox, a silver-furred fox with starry patterns across its body and ethereal wings that shimmered like the Milky Way. As they maneuvered through a cluster of fluffy clouds, Evergreen pulled out a flat, rectangular crystal device. The glassy surface illuminated, revealing moving images of Felix, victorious and triumphant. "You won't believe this," Evergreen called out, his voice echoing through the open air. "The Traveler has defeated 30 fighters with a single clap." Zephyr, with a twinkle of surprise in his eyes, responded, "I knew he had potential, but this was beyond anything I had imagined." Nebula, her rabbit-like ears perked in interest, she got her own device out and checked the replay by herself. When she saw how Felix pulled it off, she lost her interest immediately and uttered with an apathetic tone, "How boring." 1434 Interrogating Sir Azravan. "We know that our goddess isn't easily impressed, but come on, this is still a spectacular scene." Zephyr retorted at her comment. While he was on her team, it didn't mean that he got along with her well. In fact, no one got along with Nebula, as her personality wasn't that approachable due to her brutal honesty. The fact she was dominating the Heavenly Plains tournament for the last decade didn't help improve her image in the eyes of the fighters across the realm. "I don't know how he caused everyone to faint, but he still used a sound wave to achieve it," Nebula replied calmly. "It means his attack can't do anything against your abilities." Evergreen continued her sentence. "Tisk, if you keep analyzing everyone's attacks on whether they can penetrate your space/time abilities, then you will never be interested in anything." Zephyr clicked his tongue. He understood that the only reason Nebula was still joining those competitions was to find someone posing an actual challenge to her. Unfortunately, everyone she faced had left her disappointed. It wasn't really their fault, as her elements made the fights simply be held in 2 different leagues. "If you are so bored, why don't you just retire and leave the stage for us youngsters?" Zephyr muttered under his breath. "It will be nice to become a champion once." Even her teammates were sick of her hogging the championship. If it wasn't for the fact that the top 10 fighters were all rewarded with a decent amount of Loomis, no one would bother to participate in the Heavenly Plane tournament with her being around. "I will retire when my master Aloe allows you, we know, we know." Evergreen cut her off with clear vexation in his tone. She had been saying the same every year after she won her 5th championship, and by now, they started to think she was using it as an excuse to keep farming the 500,000 Loomis each year. Well, to be fair, both of them were certain that if they were presented with the same opportunity, there was no way they would retire early and leave such a free source of income. A bit hypocritical of them, but even in the Heavenly Plane, each sought their own self-interest. If only we weren't so high profile and everyone avoided us like a plague, we could have gotten our points in the same manner as the Traveler." Zephyr changed the subject with a deep exhausted sigh. "There is nothing to be done about it. Everyone knows that the moment we reach the next stage, the tournament will be ours to conquer." Evergreen shook his head. "Let them hide, hunting them is my only source of entertainment." Nebula yawned. Both Evergreen and Zephyr's eyelids twitched at her reply, deciding to remain silent for the rest of the journey to not get any more frustrated by her comments. The Great Filter stage was going to last for months, and this gave them more than enough time to get the needed points to secure their spots, even if the other contestants avoided them. After all, the GPS merely showed red dots on their devices, but not the identity of the fighters. So, it would be near impossible to avoid them forever, unless no one wanted to leave their cities. Days went by and then months. While the Great Filter stage was going in full swing with fights happening across the entire heavenly plane, Felix was focusing on solving low-difficulty cases. At the same time preparing for the real tournament, as he knew that his ending wouldn't be pleasant if he didn't find a method to handle Nebula's space/time abilities. Fortunately, the points gathered by each fighter were accessible to everyone, allowing Felix to see that he was still holding the crown with his 30 points even after months. Though, Nebula, Zephyr, Evergreen, Ravager, and many other powerful fighters were closing in the gap at a rapid pace, especially Nebula, who was holding 24 points. Considering that everyone avoided her, it was a noteworthy achievement. Right now, Felix was seen sitting in Miss Sani's office, working on a file of another case, but this one was related to adultery. In the Heavenly Planes system, spirits had automatic consent from their servants for sex-related matters unless it was stated in a contract that the servant forbid it. So, when two married spirits go out of their way to commit adultery with anyone else besides their servants, the court would intervene and punish the cheater. People really cheat even in the afterlife. I guess looking for unnecessary trouble can't be changed for some. Felix shook his head as he closed the file, picking up a time in his schedule to go spy on the cheater and film him during the act with his illusion abilities. He had solved more than 8 cases using the same method, causing Miss Sani to treat him akin to her precious treasure. Obviously, Felix was working this hard since he was paid through a hefty commission, and to upgrade his color to golden, he needed more than 1,000,000 lumus. Since he had used almost everything he possessed to push his spiritual prowess, he was still a long way before making it happen. Thud. "Darling, I am back." Suddenly, Miss Sani burst through the door with a wide grin while wearing her infamous black cloak. One look and one would be certain that she was up to some shady stuff. "I told you, don't call me that." Felix eyed her coldly. He might not be able to display any intimate emotions, but his frozen heart was still owned by one person and one alone. He had no interest in flirting even if it was a joke. "Tisk, loosening a bit won't kill you, you know," Miss Sani uttered as she started undressing in front of him, uncaring if he saw her naked. Felix still turned his head to the side and asked indifferently, "How was your research?" "It's harder than I anticipated." Miss Sani frowned. "It's like Kara's previous owner went out of his way to make sure that she doesn't associate with him. I asked everywhere and used all sorts of connections to no avail." "Is that so? This kind of authority is quite scary." Miss Sani said with a stern tone, "We already know he is a noble, but now I have a strong feeling that her previous master was in a high position in the government." "What does that mean?" Felix inquired. "It means what it means." Miss Sani shrugged her shoulders. "I will continue trying my best to investigate the case, but if a governmental official was related to it, I ain't getting close by a mile." Felix could understand her concerns as she was still a mere private investigator with indirect support from the government. This meant she could examine everyone besides governmental officials. Only investigators from the Law Enforcers Department could handle such cases. If even his master knew her boundaries, Felix had no interest in overstepping them regardless if it meant not bringing fairness to Kara. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they decided to house Kara, they were already involved in the case whether they liked it or not. Boss Alves was working even harder than them to find dirt on Miss Sani to use against her. He started with none other than Sir Ezra Van. Right now, Boss Alves could be seen sitting in Sir Ezra Van's office at the top of his shop. "Ezra Van, why don't you make it easier for all of us and just confess your connection with the witch and her servant?" Boss Alves uttered while sipping tea in a calm manner. "Boss Alves, I really have nothing to do with them. Sigh, stop with the lies, I have no time to waste." Boss Alves interrupted him with a wave of his hand, displaying multiple holographic screens. Each screen showed detailed evidence of Sir Ezra Van's involvement with Miss Sani and Felix. One showed the delivery of the crimson double-headed lion under his shop, and another showed a recording of Sir Azravan repeated visitations to the bureau. This. Sir. Azravan's words were stuck in his throat as he had no clue that he was being investigated by Boss Alves people. Are you ready to speak now, or do you want me to remove all of your shop privileges? Boss Alves uttered calmly, you know fairly well how negatively your business will be affected without them. My apologies, but my visitations to her bureau are related to a private matter in my family and you have no right to get your nose in it. Sir. Azravan replied coldly, as for the Crimson Beast? It wasn't given to them, it was lent as part of our payment agreement. Even though Sir Azravan was caught in a difficult place, he still refused to open his mouth. It wasn't like he didn't want to betray Miss Sani, he knew that if Boss Alves found out about the fruits and his scam, it would be 1,000 times worse than Miss Sani having it. After all, Miss Sani couldn't have cared less about them, but Boss Alves would have most definitely contacted Mr. Zinner and taken the fruits cultivation method to himself, using it to kickstart a new business in the beasts market. This was enough to seal his fate completely. Plus, even if he brought out the matter, Miss Sani couldn't be mentioned due to the contract terms, so, he would be outing himself to another greedy monster for no reason. Are you sure this is your stance? Boss Alves narrowed his eyes at him. I don't have a stance, I uttered what's really happening and if you don't believe it, you can take away my privileges. Sir. Azravan replied with a stern tone, my profits might take a massive hit, but it's better than having you bastards use it as a sword for every little inconvenience related to me. Now, *CK off from my shop before I call the law enforcers for threatening a law-abiding citizen. 1435 forced to commit to the case. Boss Alves was left silent but a tint of surprise was seen in his pupils. He was taken aback by Sir Azravan's aggressive stance, causing him to doubt the truth of his words. Now, I am certain there is something going on between them. Boss Alves understood that Sir Azravan would never attempt cutting ties with his company unless the consequences of telling him the truth were much harder to handle. This isn't over. Still, he didn't overstay his welcome as he had no interest in involving the law enforcers. Unlike other citizens, Sir Azravan couldn't really be blacklisted by all upper echelons since he was bringing the rarest beasts into the city and they were his #1 customers. So, even if Boss Alves used his connections, it wouldn't work. After his departure, Sir Azravan reached out to Miss Sani immediately and voiced his complaint. What did you do to the Red Fang's leader? He came snooping on our business, wanting to give you out. The moment Felix and Miss Sani heard this, their expression became solemn. What did you tell him? What do you think? I *Ted myself through his interrogation, but he isn't stupid enough to believe me. Sir Azravan got irritated, now, even my shop's privileges will be lost and this will harm my profile even more. Those privileges weren't legal in the first place, so stop crying about it. Miss Sani stressed, just stick to your story and he won't find anything. Do I have any other choice? Sir Azravan asked again, you still haven't told me what's between you. Sir Azravan knew about the blacklist order on Felix and how Boss Alves seemed at odds with him, but he had no idea about its reasoning. Neither Miss Sani nor Felix had any intentions to bring him into their situation. Don't worry about it, stick to your story and you will be fine. Before Sir Azravan could say anything, the call was hung up and he was left seething in his office, feeling like he was caught in the middle of something way above his pay grade. *CK, I just wanted to earn money. Alright, this is starting to freak me out a bit. Miss Sani said, her tone as serious as it could get. For Alves to go out of his way to dig dirt on me, it implies he wants to get rid of me. Since we never had such a bad interaction, it only means he wants to get you kicked out of my office after I get punished. He is doing this for Kura clearly as there is no way he will be narrow-minded to come this hard at me just because I pissed him off. Felix nodded in support of her analysis. In other words, the noble behind Kura has no intentions of letting this matter go to rest until she gets kicked out of the heavenly plane. Miss Sani reasoned. For a noble to go this far, Kura's relation to the Spectre's case must be deeper than we anticipated. Felix stated, she could know some damaging information about the noble and the only way for him to get peace of mind is by kicking her off the plane. If it's like that, then this situation won't be over until he gets what he wanted. Miss Sani gave Felix a knowing look. Not happening. Felix understood what he wanted and rejected it immediately. I have no interest in throwing Kura out. Despite your assholish attitude, you sure are a devoted one. Miss Sani smiled for a moment before her expression turned solemn again. But, loyalty won't get us out of this sticky situation. Why do we need to get out? Felix shared, even if the noble was in a governmental position, we can still investigate him and hand over the data to the law department. They can take it from there and handle him. We can do this, but we won't be getting anything in return unless the department decided to reward us on their own. Miss Sani frowned, not too pleased with the notion of working for free. That's where you're mistaken. Felix shook his head, this fallen Spectre's case must have other backgrounds involved. In fact, even Alves might have a part in it. So, while we can't do anything to the noble, we can still earn a significant amount of assets if we took down his subordinates. That's true. Miss Sani realized that Felix was right. For such a massive and hidden operation, there were way too many gears at work, yet, everything was kept under control and in the shadows. This signified the involvement of many other capable figures, and if they focused on them during their investigation, they were bound to get paid handsomely. Since Alves is acting as the noble's sword against us, he would have definitely visited him one time or a couple lately. Miss Sani smirked faintly, I just need to keep my eyes on him and he will definitely lead us to the figurehead. You do that, I will see if it's possible to gather information from other sources. Felix nodded. Felix didn't specify what he would be doing exactly, as he was planning to use his illusion abilities to invade Kura's memories and extract information directly from the source. While this kind of information couldn't be used in courts, it would help them learn much more about the fallen Spectre's case if Kura was really an important figure in the operation. The next morning, Felix could be seen sitting on the roof with a holographic screen, showing Nebula dominating each fight with her space/time abilities. Compared to Selfie, her time abilities are much worse than even lesser spells, but they are still more than enough to strike despair in the hearts of the fighters. He commentated. Indeed, Nebula was seen slowing down time momentarily each time she was on defense, causing all projectiles and even the fighters to be left helplessly traveling at a snail's pace. Then, she finished them off with a spatial blade, cutting them from the middle with their telekinesis barrier still intact. Since death wasn't a choice in the heavenly plane, the spirits regrew their bodies to their peak forms again and then regain their consciousness. This was one of the many reasons she was feared, as she always threw her opponents into weak-lasting comas if not longer. Simple skills, but overpowered enough to dominate the realm. Felix knitted his eyebrows. If I want to not fall into the same ending, I have to find space-time resonance frequency. Felix had spent months on it by now and he was still struggling with this. Through his studies on space-time in the living world, he found out that there was a possibility the space-time have a natural frequency at which it oscillated, known as a resonance frequency. This meant that certain types of waves, such as gravitational waves, could be amplified or suppressed depending on the frequency. It was like space-time was the chessboard and the waves were the chess pieces on it. While players controlled the pieces and left the board alone, Felix was attempting to gain control over the board itself and make it capable of affecting even the pieces. If he pulled it off, any space-time related ability could be countered by manipulating its frequency resonance. This was his base theory, at least, as he had really no clue if it was even possible or if he was way over his head. After all, he had no master this time and an entirely rare element to explore. Fortunately, he was capable of using his imagination to go through thousands upon thousands of experiments and errors. I barely have 2 months left before the start of the next stage, will it be enough? Honestly, Felix doubted it, and he had an intense feeling that he might end up a target to Nebula's domination. Alas, he could only work his hardest to master this ability and wish for the best. 1436 The Northern Lights City. 2 months later. The Great Filter stage had ended in an epic desperate one-for-all battle in one of the farming fields near the capital city, involving Goliath, Ravager, and more than 20 other fighters. At the end of the battle, only Ravager was left standing with a body tattooed entirely with heavy wounds. Even Goliath was seen lying on top of 2 other fighters passed out completely. I did it, I made it. Ravager spoke with great difficulty, his muddled eyes seemed to be begging to shut down, but Ravager resisted the urge at all costs, waiting patiently for the announcement. In less than a minute, the announcement had come at last, resounding across the entire heavenly plane through TV channels and other media outlets. The Great Filter stage has been concluded. Congratulations to the top chosen 16 fighters: Nebula, Evergreen, Zephyr, Draven, Draxus, Widowed Nyx, the Traveler, and Ravager. Go. The moment Ravager heard his name, his eyes rolled at the back of his head and he fell on his back, passing out immediately. Even when his points were ahead of many before those 2 months, he didn't laze around like Felix, knowing that it would take a single lucky break for a fighter to surpass him. He was right, as the list had multiple changes occurring in their rankings. In fact, Felix became second after Nebula surpassed his points by more than 10. But, Felix didn't really care, as nothing earned from such a list beside ego boosting. Right now, he could be seen sitting in a mediation position on the roof, his eyes closed shut, unopened even after the announcement rang from his device. The air around him seemed to twist and turn like a heat wave in a desert. Yet, his expression wasn't that of delight, instead, he was frowning all the time. Still, a fail. Am I tackling this wrong, or was my theory faulty from the start? In the end, Felix opened his eyes and the wavy field around him fell apart. He looked into the sky and the images of Lady Sphinx, Thor, and Hormungandr appeared on the clouds. During those difficult times, Felix missed them the most, as he came to the conclusion that his masters were making his life 100 times easier with their guidance and infinite wisdom. Congratulations, you have made it successfully to the next stage. Please report to Northern Light City's Coliseum in 3 days. I guess I can only aim for the second runner and hope for the best during the finals. Felix dropped the matter for now and began the preparation for his departure. The tournament would be held in the Northern Light City since Nebula was the previous champion, giving her city the hosting privileges. This was big for the city, as it made it possible to get more investments in it, which in turn allowed its leader to request more spirits quota. After all, only a few spirits get sent directly into the capital and the rest were spread out among other cities based on the yearly quota. The governors desired more spirits since they were considered their citizens, which in turn boosted the city's economy and status in the realm. All of this was being affected by the Heavenly Plains tournament, which was one of the main reasons it meant a lot to each city. You going now? Give me a lift too. Miss Sani requested with an excited tone, as she was wearing a t-shirt with Felix's nickname on it and holding a cheering colorful finger. No space, take the train. Felix rejected, his eyelids twitching at her appearance. Come on, the lion can lift all of us at once. No. You know that lion belongs to me as much as you. That's what I thought. Miss Sani smiled widely again and exited the office while cheering out loud, not caring about the pedestrians' weird looks. When they noticed Felix coming out of the office, all of them had a sudden shift of attitude. Traveler. Fighting. We believe you. I am planning to bet half of my savings on you. Don't make homeless. Some cheered, some joked, and some tried to rush him to get pictures or videos. Alas, when they noticed the two-headed lion resting next to the door, their courage died down immediately. Felix merely glanced in their direction for a moment before riding on the lion, having no interest in showing any fake politeness to those fans. Sekiro, Kara, and Miss Sani all jumped on the back of the lion, causing it to growl in irritation, clearly not too pleased with the number of passengers. Thud. Thud. Alas, one knuckle on each head was enough to silence its displeasure and take off into the air, leaving the streets packing up with pedestrians waving in the air. Oculin was amidst those pedestrians, staring at Felix's party with a composed expression. "The target is on the move, are there any instructions?" Oculin spoke softly into his device. "Do not chase them, any vehicle will be spotted and we can't afford to give you a beast of the same rank to follow them. Just take the train and intercept them in the northern city." Boss Alves ordered. "As you wish." Oculin took off right away. Meanwhile, Boss Alves left thinking really hard about a way to take advantage of their departure. They will stay there for 2 weeks or less, and with that witch being out of town, it's the best time to reach out to her people and buy them off. Boss Alves knew that it would be more than possible to buy them off at the right price. After all, there was no such thing as allegiance among the underground spirits since their allegiance fall to the highest bidder. By the time they come back, all of them will be thrown into the streets. Boss Alves uttered coldly. A couple of hours later, Felix and his party were seen flying in the direction of the Northern Lights city's walls. When they got approved for entry, even Felix was somewhat surprised by its mesmerizing blend of ethereal beauty and architectural ingenuity. The cityscape sprawled over a vast expanse of snow-covered terrain, with buildings crafted to not only withstand the cold but also to embrace and enhance the snowy aesthetic. Homes and establishments, shaped with sloping roofs and crystalline walls, seemed to emerge organically from the snow, looking almost like they've been carved from ice and snowdrifts themselves. The streets, paved with a shimmering blend of frost and starlight, reflected the soft luminescence of the ever-present orange northern lights in the sky. These lights, with their undulating, otherworldly glow, bathed the entire city in a warm, comforting hue, creating a stark but harmonious contrast against the icy blue structures below. "I can't believe the most powerful competitors in the tournament emerged from this city," Kara murmured in astonishment as her head kept moving around non-stop. While the city's atmosphere seemed serene and gentle, most spirits here with some talent to battles head to the northern mountain chain to find spiritual treasures. Sekiro shared, unlike the southern beast kingdom, no permit was required for such exploration, and thus, many decent seekers explore the peaks and fight the beasts in them for the sake of harvesting those spiritual treasures. If it wasn't for the governmental permit, most of the cities near the southern beast kingdom would have given birth to absolute monsters. After all, the local-born spirits obtained talents and such from their parents instead of having the memories reformation machine hand them random traits. The Northern Lights city's citizens were all naturally with some sort of talent for battles compared to the other cities because of that opportunity. Kikiki, from today onward, their legacy is going to be replaced. Miss Sani chuckled as she patted Felix hard on his back. "My darling here is going to put everyone in their place and win me all of the bets. Should I tell her that I am not confident in winning the finals?" As Felix kept hearing her annoying laugh and having his back beat up, he erased the thought entirely from his mind. Nope. 1437 The first showdown. After a while, Felix and his servants checked into the designated hotel for the contestants, leaving Miss Sani to get her own lodging somewhere else. Miss Sani wasn't too pleased with this as she wanted to hang out with them. Too bad, Felix shut down all her attempts to bring them to her hotel, having no interest in getting annoyed even during the competition. "The tournament will start in 3 days, should we visit the market? The city is too far from the capital for the Red Fangs to have any influence here. So the blacklist order won't hold us back," Sekiro suggested. "I am not planning to buy anything at the moment," Felix rejected. Felix was aiming now at the golden color upgrade, so he had no interest in buying more spiritual treasures. "Take Kara and go roam around the city," Felix permitted. "I will be continuing my training here." Kara got somewhat excited as it had been a while since she was out to avoid meeting the Duke or his subordinates. "All right." Sekiro nodded his head and left the room with Kara. The moment the door closed behind them, Felix turned his head to face the window and ordered coldly, "Come in." If someone was here, they would be left bewildered as there was nothing either in front or behind the window. However, Felix's senses were rarely wrong. "Not bad, I thought my wind camouflage was perfect." Whoosh! Suddenly, Ziffer emerged from inside a small tornado and entered the room. When he landed on the floor, he bowed his head respectfully and introduced himself, "I am Ziffer, you might have heard of me." Felix remained silent and kept staring at him indifferently, letting him understand that he wasn't interested in greetings, but in his reason for spying on him. "Excuse my intrusion, but I just got too curious about you and wanted to see what makes you special." Ziffer confessed, it's not common for a total newbie to reach the top 16 of the Heavenly Plains tournament in his first ever appearance. "If that's all, you should leave," Felix said. He closed his eyes again and returned to his meditation session, not worried in the slightest about Ziffer making a move against him or such. The Heavenly Plain tournament was under the government's management and it took it extremely seriously. If someone broke the rules, his fate wouldn't be pleasant even if it was Nebula. "You are a curious fella indeed, I hope we can face each other and trade some pleasantries." After leaving this challenging remark, Ziffer took his leave immediately. He understood that the moment he was caught by Felix, he could have reported him and caused him to get punished, so, to let him go was truly interesting and he was appreciative even if he didn't show it. Inside another suite at the end of the corridor, Ziffer, Nebula, and Evergreen were sitting together. Ziffer and Evergreen were face to face while Nebula was sitting on top of the window, her alluring white hair cascading down her furry shoulders. "So?" Evergreen inquired. "I got caught by him, his senses are on another level," Ziffer confessed. "You got caught and he let you go?" "It was the perfect opportunity to get rid of a strong competitor." Evergreen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I don't know either, but he seemed like he didn't fear me at all." The moment she heard this, Nebula's interest was slightly piqued. "If he doesn't fear you, the proclaimed fastest fighter in the history of the tournament, then he either has something in his sleeves fueling his confidence or he is just cocky," Evergreen stated. "He does strike me as a bit cocky, but at the same time, I don't feel like he bases his confidence on his cockiness." Ziffer shook his head, "I am telling you, it's best to be careful against him, he will be a tough opponent." One could only hope. Nebula seemed even more pleased to know that Felix might be tough. Most of the qualified contestants each year were the same and she was getting bored and tired of defeating in the same manner time and time again. If it wasn't for her master, she would have indeed retired a long while ago. 3 days later. Amidst the radiant glow of the Northern Light City Coliseum, 16 figures stood in a circle on the arena floor, their silhouettes casting long, dramatic shadows upon the icy blue battleground. Each fighter's aura was unique, a testament to their distinctive powers and the journeys that had brought them to this esteemed venue, but all of them possessed golden hues except for Felix, making him stand out akin to a sore thumb. Suddenly, the arena's massive luminous crystal dimmed, and a spotlight focused on the center of the floor. A platform rose, and upon it stood Mr. Monar, the host of this grand tournament. His robe was the shade of the midnight sky, adorned with twinkling star-like gems, making him seem as if he were a part of the very cosmos. "Welcome, esteemed fighters, to the Northern Light City's Grand Coliseum." His voice echoed, resonating with every corner of the amphitheater. Clap! 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 The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable as they had been waiting for this day for a long while now. "Today, we shall unveil the brackets. Destiny will pair you, and skill will decide the outcome." With a flourish, Mr. Monar summoned a large crystalline board beside him. On it, slots for names awaited, shimmering faintly. "Please don't pair me with Nebula. I beg you, goddess of luck, keep me away from that rabbit woman. I landed against that monster last year in the first round, it won't happen again, right?" The fighters watched intently, their hearts beating out of their chests in agitation and worry, not wanting to get paired up with Nebula at all costs. Since the higher a fight climbed the ranks, the more Loomis he would be awarded, no one wanted to get eliminated right from the start. Start? He raised his hand, and the names of the fighters began to arrange themselves, forming pairs, setting the stage for epic clashes. When the names were decided at last, some seemed to sigh in relief, some rejoiced, some didn't react, and some had the color drained out of them. Only two fighters didn't show much of a reaction, Felix and Nebula. I will be fighting her in the quarterfinals instead of the finals while Ziffer is in the first stage. I guess my luck has run out at last. While Felix's expression remained unchanged, he wasn't too pleased with the bracket's results as it set him up for an early elimination, which might cause him to leave barely with anything. He didn't invest so much just to try again next year. On the other hand, Nebula seemed quite satisfied as she gave Felix a peculiar look of desire that would make anyone mistake her intentions. When Felix traded looks with her, he could feel like she was telling him to not disappoint her. If only I can use my other elements, I would have wiped that smug attitude out of her with a single slap. Felix's eyelids twitched in irritation, feeling like he was being looked down on by a weakling. Alas, he could do nothing about it but suck it up and give it his best against her without using his previous abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, the brackets have been decided and the first elimination stage will begin shortly. Stay tuned after the advertisement break. Mr. Monar announced out loud before kicking off the fighters from the arena and preparing it for the showdown. This doesn't look too good for that unlucky asshole. Miss Sani uttered with an irritated tone. He will be fighting the two most powerful fighters in the entire tournament right from the start. Can he really win? Even the odds were heavily in favor of Felix, which made her hesitate whether to risk it all and wager big or chill a bit. Screw it, what kind of master doesn't believe in her servants? In the end, without too much consideration, Miss Sani placed 300 Loomis on Felix's first battle. And, that was it. She didn't dare bet even one Loomis on him against Nebula. Let the battles begin. After the break was over, Mr. Manor kicked off the tournament with no one but Felix's vs Ziffer's battle as their position in the brackets was on the far right. Both Ziffer and Felix entered the stage under constant cheering from the audience. Since this was the home ground to Ziffer, Felix wasn't receiving any love at all. Who would have known we would meet so soon? Ziffer smiled at Felix as he had gotten into battle posture. I hope you give it your best. Felix stared at him indifferently for a few moments before he turned to Mr. Manor, then, he pointed his finger at Ziffer and snitched on him. I discovered this man spying on me yesterday in my room, I want him defeated and I have the proof to prove it. You. Ziffer's smile froze just like the rest of his body, feeling a cold wind blowing on his cheeks as he eyed Felix ratting him out in public without an ounce of shame. 1438 getting scorned by everyone. With that accusation ringing in everyone's ears, a hush fell over the crowd. The declaration hung in the air, echoing ominously. Whispers buzzed through the audience like an agitated hive, the earlier cheer replaced by palpable tension. The spotlight seemed to burn brighter, turning all eyes onto Ziffer, forcing him to break from his daze and try to defend himself. However, when he opened his mouth, he realized that anything he said would just make the situation worse for him. *CK me. Why did I show myself when he called and even entered this rat's room? He cursed, his eyes burning with fury at the sight of Felix's indifferent expression. He felt like an idiot for believing that someone as powerful and stern-looking as Felix would publicly rat him out. You bastard! How can you willingly throw your reputation like this? Ziffer spoke mentally with Felix. Do I look like I care? Felix replied carelessly, forfeit the battle and I won't need to bring out evidence. You know that the punishment might even be strict enough to ban you from participating in a couple of future tournaments. Shameless ***. Don't you have any pride? How can you go this far to avoid a fight? Pride. I'm just not an idiot who wastes his energy and time on something that can be concluded with the least amount of effort. Felix warned one last time, now, voice your surrender before I make this larger than it is. You're bluffing. If you had the evidence, you would have used it yesterday and reported me without needing to expose yourself to the scorn of the viewers. Ziffer narrowed his eyes with a cold smirk, greatly confident in his reasoning. The moment I sensed your existence, I have already started recording in case you were dumb enough to trust me and enter my room. Felix shared. I didn't report you yesterday since I have no interest in eliminating you without knowing first if you will be one of my opponents. As for the viewers' scorn, Felix ordered calmly, look at me, do I really look like I care? Ziffer felt his heart drop to the bottom of his stomach at the sight of Felix's visage remaining the same as ever even when the audience began to get rowdier and rowdier. He could feel it deep inside his bone. This F***er isn't bluffing. Ziffer realized that he couldn't afford to bet possibly 5 future tournaments for the sake of fighting for one. Even if I forfeited, we will be investigated later on for the reasoning and he will give them the evidence either way. I can see what you are thinking, but don't worry, I have no interest in ruining your future. I just want this easy win. Felix assured him. So, either take a bet on me or believe that I am bluffing and let me expose you here. F***ck. F***ck. FCK this SHT. Ziffer got angrier and angrier at his situation the more Felix spoke, realizing that his fate would be in Felix's hands either way. Still, he had to choose the most favorable option even though this decision made his heart burn in hatred and fury. Soon, he looked at Mr. Manor and lifted his hand in the air, declaring his forfeit. Everyone was taken aback by his decision and before they could react, Ziffer had already turned into a wind tornado and disappeared from the arena. I guess I am the winner by default. Felix uttered calmly as he walked back to his seat. Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! The moment his ass cheeks touched the seat, an explosion of angry buoys and hisses resounded thunderously across the coliseum. You loser coward! Mother***cker! I lost 10,000 Loomis before the fight even started. Investigate those two bastards. This must be a betting collusion. Kikiki. I have won almost double the amount in less than 10 seconds. As expected of my dear treasure. No one was more happy with this outcome than Miss Sani and those who placed their bets on Felix. The remaining 90%? All of them lose money and they weren't planning to let this down easily. Everyone, please calm down. Both parties will be investigated at the end of the tournament and if there was truly any foul play between them, all of the bets will be voided. So, just relax and enjoy the next battle between Draven and our champion Nebula. Mr. Manor did his absolute best to cool down the audience's rage. When everyone heard that an investigation would be carried out, their anger was suppressed a bit but not completely died off. Everyone was still irritated at Felix for turning such an epic battle into this sh** for the sake of a free win. But as he said, he really couldn't care less. He could be seen cleaning his nails even when his ears were picking up the worst possible curses thrown in his direction. How disappointing! If you had to rely on such cheap tactics to get rid of Ziffer, you really should consider forfeiting against me. When Nebula floated down from her seat and got near Felix, she left this discontented comment and continued on her path to the arena. Or else? Felix asked with a dull tone. I will give you a short demonstration, Nebula uttered without turning her head. Felix remained silent as he watched her step into the ring with Draven on the opposite side. Draven stood apart from the ordinary with his luminous, crystal-like skin. Every facet of his form seems to catch and refract light in mesmerizing patterns, giving him an otherworldly glow. He possessed 2 large butterfly wings on his back, fluttering softly against the wind. His weapon of choice was 2 sharp metallic spinning axes. He wasn't weak in the slightest as he was one of the fighters who almost always reached the quarter-finals in each year's tournament, making him a difficult opponent to challenge. Start! Alas, the moment the battle kicked off, Nebula unleashed her powers. Time prison. Time itself seemed to ripple around Draven, the world around him growing blurry and slow. Crap! Draven tried to escape from the confinement of the time prison, but his movement was so slow, it made the viewers wonder if he was even giving his best. To the spectators, it looked as if his butterfly wings fluttered desperately, trying to break free, but they only moved sluggishly, caught within the temporal snare. Severance Star. Seizing her advantage, Nebula gracefully swung her arms wide, her fingers tracing a luminous arc in the air. They met above her head in the form of a glowing star. With a swift and decisive motion, she pushed the star towards Draven. "No!" Draven's scream of terror and despair traveled in slow motion like a broken record as he watched the approaching star. Alas, the time prison made it impossible for him to escape in time, causing it to go through his body with a sudden flash of light. When it faded, Draven was no longer in one piece. His crystalline body had been segmented, each part floating in place, mirroring the points of the star. His eyes, still gleaming with life, looked around in confusion and horror, trying to comprehend the state he was now in. "Release!" Nebula snapped her finger, freeing Draven from the time confinement. The moment she did so, Draven's separated body fell into the ground and he released one of the loudest painful wails in the history of the tournament. It lasted for a mere second before his eyes showed white, forcefully causing him to pass out to block off the agony of being sliced into pieces like a vegetable. Nebula didn't show even an ounce of emotion at the sight. She merely turned around and stared at Felix, whose focus was on their battle. Neither she nor did he speak. Words weren't needed as she made it clear that her fight with Felix in the next 2 days was going to result in the same ending if he didn't forfeit. A clear punishment for how he dealt with her teammate. 1439 Nebula's Master. After Nebula's battle was over, Draven was picked up by his servants and taken into his hotel room to help him get better. With his terrible condition, the odds weren't in his favor. He would most likely spend at least 2 weeks in a coma until his entire body was healed back to form again. Nebula showed absolutely no sympathy for her opponent as she floated back to her seat. Ravager, Draxus, Widowed Nyx, and the rest of the fighters all showed black lines on their foreheads from distress. "How can I take down such a monster?" Ravager clutched his fists tightly. "Is saving my little sister really a hopeless wish?" Ravager worked his ass to the bone in the past 6 months to prepare for the tournament, creating new powerful abilities and enhancing his battle experience. But, what he had witnessed made him understand that everything he had worked for would be for naught if he landed in Nebula's hands. Just like he was improving, she was also getting stronger. This year's version made everyone feel a sense of despair rising with them as Draven wasn't even given enough time to use his telekinesis barrier. "Next we have Ravager vs Widowed Nyx," Mr. Monar announced, causing those 2 fighters to grace the stage. "It's not the time to despair, all I can do is give it my best and reach the final. If I lose then against Nebula, that F*er might not take it so hard on me." Ravager thought with a cold expression as he eyed his opponent. Opposite him, Widowed Nyx floated slightly above the ground while having a dark cloud surrounding her. She taunted him, confidence dripping from every word, "Come at me." Ravager's response was a soft whisper, meant only for himself but heard by everyone due to the deafening silence, "Condensed zephyr flaming swords." Suddenly, brilliant flames erupted from his hands, forging themselves into 2 gleaming swords that radiated intense heat. The sheer energy emanating from them caused the ground beneath to crack and smolder. Yet, their creation wasn't done as 2 thin wind tornadoes manifested around them, making them resemble 2 illuminating wind swords. "Danger!" Widowed Nyx's smirk vanished, replaced by a look of genuine alarm. Whoosh! As Ravager lunged at her with blinding speed, she hastily summoned her renowned telekinetic barrier and used a darkness ability to create a cover for herself. Alas! The swords, imbued with a force the likes of which had never been seen, sliced through the darkness cover and her barrier effortlessly. The powerful likeness barrier neither shattered nor cracked, it got severed as smoothly as a knife going through butter. What? Widowed Nyx barely had a moment to register the shock before Ravager's blades met her, cleaving her in 2 with a clean, burning precision. Whoosh! Ravager emerged on the other side of the dark cloud, leaving behind him a flaming X mark on the dark cloud and widowed Nyx's severed body. Ho-ho-ho! The instant widowed Nyx's body parts hit the ground, the spectators broke from their daze and cheered in excitement and fever. Everyone expected a heated conflict between the two sides, as widowed Nyx wasn't a weakling at all. For it to end in this dominating manner surely shocked everyone and caused even the fighters to rethink their future battle with Ravager. Will you look at that? Felix showed an interested expression as he watched Ravager dissolve his swords and exit the arena under the erupted cheers of the excited crowd. He figured out that Ravager had created this new powerful technique in the past 6 months to deal with his own vibration element and fighting style. After all, his anti-elemental vibration barrier couldn't handle intense abilities like those, while his barrier and hammer would absolutely get destroyed with a single swing from those swords. While Ravager's heart was in the right place, Felix hadn't spent this period messing around either. After a while, the remaining battles were concluded and the quarter-final contestants were chosen. Felix didn't hang out any longer in the coliseum and went back to the hotel with Sekiro, Kara, and Miss Sani by his side. While Miss Sani was counting her winnings with a gleeful grin, Sekiro and Kara had concerned expressions. "Sir, won't this situation bring you some trouble?" Sekiro asked, referring to the problem with Ziffer and the upcoming investigation. "Ziffer forfeited willingly, and as long as I don't show them the evidence of him spying in my room, I can just tell them that I was playing mind games and he got freaked out for some reason." Felix shrugged his shoulders. "As long as we didn't collude to fix the bets, the only ones who care about Ziffer's forfeit are his sponsors and his bettors." "I see." For now, Felix didn't waste his time thinking about Ziffer or the repercussions. His mind was occupied with his upcoming fight, wanting to think of a plan that could help him secure the win against that monster. Sometime later, on the northern side of the city, where only governmental officials were allowed to live, Nebula was seen walking inside a corridor of a magnificent palace. Her usual arrogance and careless attitude were no more. She became polite and respectful as she walked with a straight back in the direction of a gate at the end of the corridor. When she arrived at the door, she knocked twice and called, "Master, may I come?" "Enter." A very familiar voice resounded from the other room, a voice that was chill and soothing. Felix would have recognized it immediately. After the door was opened, an identical clone of Carbuncle appeared, sitting at a desk with his head buried into hundreds upon hundreds of holographic screens. He resembled a small humanoid fluffy hamster with 2 sets of folded crystal wings on his back and a gemstone engraved on his forehead. Unlike the lazy stone-head Carbuncle that Felix knew about, this one's eyes were large and expressive, gleaming with an age-old wisdom, their gold-flecked irises deep pools of curiosity and mystery. He resembled a scholar, a teacher, and a strict authoritative figure who didn't accept his commands being rejected or ignored. "Master, did I catch you in a busy time?" Nebula inquired with an sorry tone. "When was I never busy?" Carbuncle smiled kindly. "True." Nebula chuckled for a moment before she uttered with a tone of admiration. "Working as a sole scribe official must be the hardest governmental position in the spirit realm." "It's all right." Carbuncle waved his hand and all the screens disappeared, leaving him facing his previous servant. Even though Nebula became free the moment she turned into a golden spirit, she still called Carbuncle her master and treated him with the same reverence as in her oldest days. It was expected of her, as she wouldn't have reached this stage without his support and care. "How is it going in the tournament?" Carbuncle asked. "I haven't been paying attention lately." "Master, you make me participate in it every year and you don't even bother to watch." Nebula sulked. "Since you desire to join the law enforcer department and climb the ladder in it, you have to make sure that you're ahead of the rest in all areas." Carbuncle stated, "The Heavenly Plains tournament is the perfect preparation stage to take on the qualification test. I already feel like I am ready to give it a go." Nebula scoffed, "Plus, I have dominated the tournament for 10 years, who can claim to be better than me?" "Don't be so sure." Carbuncle's eyes showed a sudden sparkle in them. You will soon understand that there is always a bigger mountain and a bigger monster. There you go again, speaking cryptically. Nebula acted annoyed. Bigger monster? If there is one, it's definitely not in this year's tournament. Again, don't be so sure. Carbuncle smiled and refrained from any clarifications. 1440 It's time to fulfill your promise, little Felix. Master, I know that soul scribes can see through the fabrics of dimensions and document almost anything happening in all dimensions. For you to speak like this, means you know something important. Nebula narrowed her eyes in intrigue. Soul Scribe's entire job was to record every event, law, and decision made in the realm in addition to other realms. Also, they chronicle the lives of spirits, recording their deeds and experiences. But, this was it. They could only document stuff and never act on them or tell anyone about them. Since they answer only to Lord Hades himself, no one would dare to pressure them into giving their information, not even the ethereal elders. This kind of authority also made them understand the moment a soul scribe attempted to break the rules, he would also answer to Lord Hades for his punishment. So, not a single soul scribe dared to get out of Lord Hades' favor. If you know that, you should also understand that I can't divulge any kind of information. Carbuncle chuckled. Nebula pouted but didn't press any further. However, she didn't drop the matter completely. She started to think if there was truly someone capable of turning her world upside down during this competition. Traveler is the only unfamiliar face and he hasn't shown anything yet that can be of a threat to me. He even used tricks to avoid fighting Ziffer. It can't be him, right? She pondered out loud. Carbuncle merely maintained his kind smile and refrained from adding any comment. Whatever, we will see what he can do 2 days from now. Nebula sighed in defeat and gave up on wasting her time on speculations. So, what brought you here? Carbuncle asked, changing the subject. Oh, I came to tell you that I want to retire after this year's tournament. Nebula said with a solemn tone, I don't care how difficult it is to enter the Law Enforcer's department, but I feel like I have prepared enough for it and I want to give it a try. I also think that it's about time you give it a try. Carbuncle nodded in approval. Really? Nebula's eyes widened in surprise and excitement. She expected a strong rejection and prepared herself to convince her master since he always turned her request down. There will be soon an opening for a captain law enforcer position in the capital and it will serve as the best stage to begin your governmental ladder climb. Carbuncle gave a slight nod. You should understand that this kind of opportunity doesn't happen very often, you should work even harder to prepare for the examination. Will do. Don't worry, no one is going to steal that position from me. Nebula assured with a stern voice. The Heavenly Plains government officials were considered the rulers of the realm as every one of them, even the lowest ranked, held much more authority than a golden spirit. That's because the government was the extension of Lord Hades' body, which meant becoming part of it was the same as being one with Lord Hades. For one to reach such a stage in his life, he would make sure to not commit even a tiny mistake for fear of getting his position revoked. This made it extremely difficult for a governmental position to be freed and accessible to other spirits, don't even mention a great position like a captain law enforcer. Nebula understood that even other lower-ranked law enforcers would seek this opportunity to secure a promotion. When will the examination be held? Why did the captain's position was emptied? Did he make any miss? All you have to do is focus on your competition and when the time comes, you will know everything. Carbuncle interrupted. All right. Knowing that her master didn't like to repeat himself, Nebula dropped the matter for now even though her excitement was over the roof. I will be going now, I have taken enough of your time. Nebula bowed her head respectfully and walked toward the door. The moment she opened it, Carbuncle opened his mouth and then closed it, seemingly hesitating to say something. In the end, he watched the door close behind him without saying his piece. Don't rush, there is time for everything. You have waited long enough, a bit more won't hurt. Carbuncle thought to himself as faced the library of documents in his office, holding an unfathomable amount of information. One of the benefits of being a soul scribe was having the ability to glance at your previous life and document everything that happened in it, giving you direct access to your own memories in a sense. But, the downside? None of them could act on such information, turning them into mere passive spectators. They were banned from even reporting those matters to Lord Hades, which was an odd order, but since it came from the Lord himself, no one dared to disobey it. Some soul scribes found it too hard to handle the notion of having this kind of information and yet doing nothing about it. Fortunately, Lord Hades was understanding and made it possible for all soul scribes to give up on their post and return to being normal spirits again after erasing their memories. Carbuncle had documented his entire life, and his goal to unite again with his wife in the spirit realm became his #1 goal the moment he became a soul scribe. But since he couldn't act at all on such information, having his hands tied behind his back, he couldn't fulfill his goal even when he knew exactly the location of his wife inside the spirit realm. I have been watching her from afar for thousands of years if not longer, the day I reunite with her is fast approaching, I just need to play my cards right. Carbuncle held his hands behind his back in a thoughtful manner, his eyes seemed to penetrate the fabric of reality as he stared at no one but the main key component in his plan. A sudden ray of light was reflected from his pupils, showing the image of Felix, sitting on the floor of his room in a meditation position. It's time to fulfill your promise, little Felix. Oblivious to any of this, Felix's brain was working on overdrive, desiring to solve the space-time frequency resonance problem in those 2 days. Felix knew that it would be almost impossible, but he couldn't sit down and not do anything to prepare for the battle. I must be either missing something or my theory was false from the start. The latter won't be helpful at the moment, so what can I be missing? Felix pondered. This kind of difficulty was expected as Felix had no teacher nor the time to study the subject in a steady manner. He was like a primogenitor learning about his element for the first time. It took them eons to master their elements and pass on their knowledge, helping the future generation to close the gap in the blink of an eye. At the moment, Felix had no one to do such and had to investigate it on his own. What am I missing? The researchers said that space-time isn't silent at all, carrying a cacophony of vibrations with textures and timbres as rich and varied as the din of sounds in a tropical rainfall. Wait a second. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why am I still following the teachings of researchers in the living world when I am inside the spirit realm? Nothing here makes any sense as even the time difference between the realm and other dimensions isn't fixed. If I want to come up with a space-time frequency resonance, I have to find it depending on its relativity to what dimension it exists in and the exact moment of seeking uttered frequency. I might not experience it, but time isn't fixed in the spirit realm, which means its frequency also keeps changing. Felix frowned. In other words, even if I found its frequency resonance right now, it won't be the same when I fight with Nebula. Felix wanted to gain control over the chessboard and stop Nebula from moving her pieces in it, but now he realized that the board was shifting across the entire room constantly. If he wanted to stick to his plan, he needed to gain hold of it the instant Nebula attempted to move her pieces. This is even harder than I anticipated. I have really chosen the hardest element to investigate on my own. Even though Felix uttered this, he still had a creeping cold smile on his face. Unlike others who would despair at the thought, Felix was merely glad that he had found the right path. As for how challenging it would be to tread on it, he couldn't care less. Let's test out the new hypothesis now. Felix closed his eyes and extended his hand forward. His fingertips gently caressed the air in front of him. Slowly, the room's vibrations shifted. Felix could feel it, a subtle hum that resonated deep within his very bones. He adjusted the dials in his mind as he imagined he was holding into a device capable of reducing and increasing frequency. As he was tuning the frequency of the area around him while keeping in mind that his desired frequency was ever-changing, suddenly, a harmonious note rang out in his mind. A note so perfect, he felt like it resonated with his soul. In that ephemeral moment, Felix felt a surge of power like never before. He glanced at a vase sitting on a shelf across the room and focused intently. Instantly, the vase disappeared, leaving a void where it once stood. With another thought, Felix shifted its position, and the vase reappeared, now floating mid-air before gently setting it down on his table. This is it. His eyes widened in realization. With control over the frequency resonance of space-time, the very fabric of reality was his to manipulate. His mind raced as he imagined the endless possibilities. Teleportation, shifting objects across dimensions, or even erasing them from existence, all of it was within his grasp. Alas, just as he was about to embrace this newfound omnipotence, a high-pitched note pierced through his mind, almost making him pass out from pain. Ugh! His concentration was shattered and the room's atmosphere had returned to normal as he was left holding his head with a twisted expression. Did the frequency resonance change while I was controlling it? He guessed as he felt his connection to the space-time frequency snap all of a sudden. I barely was there for 2 seconds and it has already changed. Does that mean I have to be continuously conscious about its changes during a fight to avoid landing in a completely different frequency and getting backlashed? 1441 Felix vs Nebula. Having only 2 days to practice this won't be enough to master the technique and be geared to foresee the frequency change. Although Felix understood that it wasn't going to be an easy task, he had no option but to invest what remained of his time in this to get as better as possible. 2 days later, back to the coliseum. You are lucky, you have caught me in a good mood, so I will end this quickly, Nebula uttered with a faint smile as she was staring at Felix from the opposite side of the arena. She was still reeling in the joy of being able to seek out a position in the government and not even Felix's face was going to ruin her mood. Felix remained silent, not bothering to acknowledge her taunt. He simply got into a battle position and waited for Mr. Monar to kick things off. Cut him open. Torture the weasel bastard. SHT, I can't even recoup what I lost yesterday by betting against this effort today. Meanwhile, the audience was already not in favor of Felix due to Nebula having the home advantage. The stunt he put on yesterday made their dislike on a personal level, causing the majority to rain on him with curses and insults. Since this was Nebula, the majority bet on her even when the odds were so bad, the profits wouldn't reach 1,000 Loomis after putting an entire 100,000 on her. That's how dominating she was in the Heavenly Plains tournament, and the betting dens had more than 120% confidence in her winning this tournament as well. On the other hand, the odds on Felix would make anyone strike rich even if they bet low, but no one was stupid enough to do that, as it was the same as handing out their precious money to the dens willingly. But, there was someone who was foolish enough to put their trust in him. Go, darling. Make me rich. Miss Sani yelled with one hand near her mouth and the other waving a cheering finger tool, making Kara and Sekiro lower their heads uncomfortably. It was understandable as everyone near them was giving mocking looks at Miss Sani. Miss Sani wasn't really that stupid, as she was certain that Felix wasn't going to overcome Nebula, but after her massive earnings from the last fight, she decided to squander a small portion to support him. Are you ready? Mr. Monar ignored the noise and eyed the two combatants. The moment he saw them nodding their heads, he lowered his hand at once and bellowed, "Fight!" Without hesitation, Nebula initiated the fight, her hands glowing with a mystical blue light as she activated Time Prison again. The ground beneath Felix shimmered, and a transparent cage started to form around him, threatening to trap him. Whoosh! But Felix was prepared. Flames erupted from the palms of his hands and soles of his feet, propelling him skyward with astonishing speed. The arena's vast expanse became his domain as he elegantly dodged the boundaries of the time prison, leaving it to collapse on the spot where he once stood. Tisk! Nebula clicked her tongue in irritation at the sight of Felix flying around the arena non-stop, akin to a mosquito. Speed is the only solution against her time-slowing abilities. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus while flying around his target, knowing that he had to be ready for any sudden ability activation. He was certain that as long as he maintained such a high speed, he wouldn't be caught in her time-based abilities since she had no power to slow the time in the entire arena. Though, there was one downside to this strategy: fuel consumption. I have to end this fight as quickly as possible. Felix switched to offense after noticing that Nebula was chilling on the ground, waiting to exhaust himself. Whoosh! The moment Felix reached the apex of his ascent, he increased his acceleration into the ground, resembling a flying missile in the direction of Nebula. When he built enough momentum, he made a drastic stop in midair, causing a powerful amount of friction and vibration to be created. Felix absorbed the vibrations and added even more from within him before he brought his hands further apart, and then he clapped. Rumble! The single clap generated a devastating sound wave that shot downwards towards Nebula, roaring, growing louder and more intense, causing most of the viewers to feel shivers from its power. Yet, Nebula wasn't fazed even a little. Temporal deceleration shield. She uttered calmly, conjuring a shimmering barrier a few meters in front of her, which decelerated the incoming sound waves the instant it traveled through it. The deafening roar transformed into a faint hum, barely audible by the time it reached her. She is just invincible with this kind of overpowered defense. Ravager commentated with a troubled expression. Even if she doesn't assault anyone, no one can touch her with her ability to decelerate time. This was everyone's reaction as they had witnessed Nebula ruining new and old fighters for the past 10 years without anyone being able to lay a single scratch on her. It became the norm. The spectators didn't even seem shocked or astounded. My turn. With intensity in her eyes, Nebula took advantage of Felix's closeness and conjured a spatial blade, a sword seemingly made of starlight and shadows. Temporal acceleration. Channeling her temporal acceleration powers into it, the blade became a streak of luminosity, moving 5 times faster than the eye could follow, aiming straight for Felix's heart. It's now or never. Even when Felix sensed the imminent danger, he didn't attempt to avoid the blade but tried to draw upon the space-time frequency resonance he had harnessed in his training. Just as he began to seek out the frequency, his senses tingled that time wasn't to his advantage and that the blade was approaching too quickly. Damn it! Realizing he couldn't pull it off in time, he made a split-second decision to save his skin. Whoosh! Using the fiery jets from his hands and feet, he performed a rapid aerial maneuver, narrowly evading the blade's deadly arc. It's best to put off some distance and focus on the frequency. With a determined glint in his eyes, Felix immediately started to distance himself from Nebula, seeking the crucial few seconds he needed to connect with the space-time frequency. He didn't do this from the start because he knew that establishing the link might be difficult under an unstable environment, but maintaining it was the more problematic part. If he established it while he had a long distance between him and his target, by the time he closed the distance and attempt to assault her, the frequency might change and put him in a worse spot. Still, this was the only method left as he couldn't penetrate her temporal deceleration shield with his abilities. Unfortunately, Nebula didn't seem like she had any more plans to just wait for him to exhaust his energy naturally. With a flick of her wrist, a barrage of spatial blades materialized, zooming through the air with lethal intent through temporal acceleration. Like shimmering streaks of light, they twisted and turned, predicting Felix's evasive maneuvers. Felix used the fire jets on his palms and feet to boost his speed, darting rapidly in every direction. The air around him hissed and crackled with the intensity of his movements. But every time he tried to focus, to find that elusive space-time frequency, a blade would whiz dangerously close, breaking his concentration. The coliseum echoed with the sounds of near misses. Each blade that missed Felix embedded itself into the ground or walls, leaving a clear reminder of the danger they posed. Desperation began to creep into Felix's movements as he realized that he couldn't keep this up forever. The sheer number of blades, combined with Nebula's impeccable aim, made it a Herculean task to evade and concentrate at the same time. Nebula smirked, sensing Felix's rising panic. "You can't run forever, dear traveler," she taunted, launching an even more ferocious barrage of blades. When it came to fuel, she obviously had much more than Felix. While he had invested close to 500,000 lumis on his spiritual prowess, she had invested millions until there was barely any noticeable enhancement after devouring hundreds of spiritual treasures. But Felix, despite the dire circumstances, was nothing if not resilient. He knew he had to change his strategy. Instead of seeking a long moment of peace, he would have to find the frequency in short bursts and stitch together fractions of a second between evasions. With each dodge, he tried to focus, reaching out to the vibrations of space-time, trying to access its rhythm. It was maddeningly difficult, like trying to catch a specific raindrop in a storm. As another blade schemed past him, Felix felt a brief connection, a short pulse of the space-time frequency. It was not enough to grant him full control, but it was a start. He just needed a few more moments, a few more connections. Alas, just as the link was about to click like two puzzle pieces connecting together, Felix felt a sudden powerful pressure applying on his entire body, causing his speed to be slowed down drastically. When he turned behind him, his heart skipped a beat at the sight of Nebula flying in his direction with an extended arm and a cold smile. "If I can't catch you with my time abilities, telekinesis will do just fine." 1442 Felix vs Nebula 2. The invisible force seized Felix, compressing him like an iron grip. *T, I can't let her get close. Realizing the imminent danger, Felix's instincts took over. In a desperate bid for freedom, he transformed his entire form into a blazing jet, becoming a streak of fire and energy, trying to break free from Nebula's grasp. The arena was illuminated with the brilliant glow of his transformation, casting long, dancing shadows across the battleground. Not so fast. Nebula manifested a single, deadly spatial blade, and hurled it directly at Felix's trajectory. Felix realized that he wouldn't be able to evade the spatial blade as the telekinesis pressure made it extremely difficult for him to be flexible. So, he made a tough maneuver that ensured his vital safety firsthand. Sadly, he wasn't fast enough to escape completely unscathed. Slice. The blade cleanly sliced through his left foot just before he could entirely evade it. A sharp, piercing pain shot through him, even in his jet form, but Felix paid it no heed and continued his flight, putting a bigger distance from Nebula. Traveler has been harmed. How long can he last, though? This isn't even Nebula's peak form. Mr. Monar commentated excitedly, followed by the audience's collective gasp at the sheer intensity of the scene, leaving them on the edge of their seats. After Felix had placed a decent distance between him and Nebula, he reverted back to his human form, his face as grim as ever. He wasn't even bothered by his missing feet as he removed his telekinesis barrier around his sliced leg and then used intense flames to burn off the wound, causing the bleeding to stop immediately. Then, he covered it again with the barrier since he couldn't handle the fire without it. "Is this everything you got?" Nebula shook her head from a distance. "You should know that I have yet to get serious." Felix knew that she wasn't bluffing as there were many abilities she had yet to use. Abilities capable of making his time 100 times worse. "Just forfeit, you found me disinterested in continuing this tournament." Nebula seemed to offer Felix an olive branch. Felix didn't bother to entertain this empty conversation, taking advantage of her relaxed state to establish a connection with the space-time frequency. "It's your humiliation then." Nebula eyed him coldly and then vanished in the blink of an eye, using her teleportation ability to appear directly behind Felix. Her re-emergence caused a minor distortion in the spatial atmosphere, a subtle ripple only a few could perceive. But Felix, attuned to the subtle shifts of the environment and a long-time utilizer of teleportation, sensed the distortion even with his eyes shut. Fall. Almost immediately, Nebula unleashed her attack. Two lethal spatial blades, glowing with an eerie luminescence, shot forward in the form of an X, aimed directly at Felix's back. Without opening his eyes, Felix sidestepped at the last possible moment. The sharp edges of the blades missed him by mere inches, cutting through the air where he stood just moments ago, creating a shimmering X in their wake. Even when he evaded them, Felix's focus was entirely on establishing the frequency connection. This is it. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Felix began to waver, resembling a mirage on a hot day. Nebula, sensing an escalating threat from this anomaly, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Am I feeling danger? Me? Nebula couldn't believe it and almost got angry just at the thought. It had been years and years since she felt a sense of threat from anything, making her almost distrust her gut feeling. While she refused to believe that anything could harm her, she still decided to make a swift move and end this battle. Time prison. Time seemed to crystallize as she invoked her temporal prison, trapping Felix within a cage where seconds felt like eternities. You should have never stopped. Nebula uttered carelessly as she seized the advantage and summoned the same Severance Star, her devastating finishing move. The shimmering star, razor-edged and deadly, sped toward the seemingly immobilized Felix, its trajectory certain. It's over. Traveler is doomed. Haha. That's what you get for scamming us. The audience held their collective breaths, the intensity of the moment thickening the air. To them, and perhaps even to Nebula herself, this was her ultimate move, a surefire way to end the duel in her favor. Master. Kara held her hands together, her face showed nothing but concern, even Miss Sani and Sekiro had solemn expressions with a bit of hopelessness in them. How funny, I can't believe I actually had a small belief that he might end Nebula's reigns. Miss Sani showed a forceful smile as she eyed the Severance Star getting dangerously close to her precious servant. Everyone believed that this was the end of Felix as there wasn't anyone in the past decade who managed to survive this technique. Only 3 people thought otherwise, Asna, Elder Kraken, and Carbuncle. Asna and Elder Kraken didn't know what Felix had prepared, but they were sure that he would never allow himself to go down like this. As for Carbuncle, he merely chuckled in derision, ah, what are the odds? My little girl's first defeat will be at the hands of him. The moment he said this, Felix's eyes fluttered open slowly. Instead of the fear or surprise one might expect, his eyes danced with undulating waves, looking quite mysterious. Begone! With a casual, yet deliberate whip of his hand that seemed to be unaffected by the time prison, Felix deflected the incoming attack. The Severance Star, a weapon previously thought unstoppable, simply vanished, dissipating into nothingness before it could reach its target. Hey! A collective gasp echoed through the arena, disbelief painted on every face. Nebula, usually so composed, wore an expression of genuine shock at the sight of her ultimate fail-proof method vanishing into the ether. Yet, nothing shocked her more than the next scene. Impossible! She muttered, her widened eyes affixed on Felix who walked outside of the time prison at ease like he was immune to the time slowness. Unfortunately for her, Felix neither had any plans to explain the situation to her nor give her time to break out of her daze. He took a single step forward and suddenly appeared right in front of her. His fist drew back and then shot forward, stopping just an inch away from Nebula's ribcage. It didn't make contact, but it might as well have. The air around his fist distorted, resembling the fractal patterns seen in shattered glass. For a moment, the world held its breath. Then, everything erupted. Boom! The shattering effect that originated from Felix's fist spread rapidly, it felt like the very fabric of reality itself was splintering. Nebula's form began to fragment, starting from the point closest to Felix's fist and spreading outwards. Her horrified figure disintegrated, becoming part of the ever-expanding wave of destruction. The devastation didn't stop there. The arena, which had witnessed countless battles and stood the test of time, shattered in much the same way Nebula had. It was as if an unseen force was ripping apart everything in its path, causing the very ground to quake and the sky to darken. The supposedly unbreakable barrier keeping the audience safe tasted the brunt of the force as well, causing cracks to appear on its invisible surface. The stupefied audience felt a sense of dread and uncontrollable fear as they watched the dependable barrier breaking apart right in front of them. Run! It's going to collapse! That's impossible, nothing can break this bar. Before that viewer could finish the rest of his sentence, the words were caught in his mouth at the sight of the barrier shattering into fragments. Then, there was no then. Half of the colossal stadium behind it was obliterated, leaving a sight reminiscent of a meteor's impact. Most viewers managed to fly out of danger in time, but the stubborn ones suffered from an unknown fate, buried in the depth of the rubble. When the dust settled at last, a stark contrast was laid out for all to see. Behind Felix, everything remained untouched, pristine as if the battle had never transpired. Before him was a different story, utter destruction. The line between these two realities was sharp, clear, and undeniable. The audience, those who were still present and unharmed, stared in disbelief and awe, having absolutely no idea how to react to this cataclysmic scene. Unbeknownst to everyone, even Felix was left staring at his fist with a stunned expression. What did I just do? 1443 The dread of space-time frequency. Felix merely wanted to finish the battle quickly before the space-time frequency changed and leave him defenseless. So, he went all out in his punch while empowering it with the space-time frequency, desiring to vanquish Nebula in one strike. This result was way out of his prediction. Nebula. Felix glanced below him amidst the rubble and found a small golden floating spirit flame. The spirit flame didn't respond, but Felix was certain it was Nebula, as this was the state all spirits take when their physical bodies get utterly obliterated. When the viewers saw Nebula's form, whether it was the fighters, the sponsors, or even the commoners, all of them felt a sudden shiver course down their spine. Some of them glanced at the ruined part of the coliseum and their terror was enhanced twofolds. Almost all the viewers caught in the aftermath were turned into spirit flames as well, hovering above the ruins, awaiting for the spirit collectors to pick them up and take them to the hospital for rebirth. Rebirth was a simple process of assisting the spirit to regain its strength much faster than normal, allowing it to return to its natural form. Usually, it would take a couple of months, but with the assistance of the hospital staff, the period would be reduced to a few weeks at best. He actually deleted her. Ravager's mouth was left wide open in utter shock as his mind was still failing to process the situation. What kind of monster is this? Zephyr gulped a mouthful in fear. He was watching the battle in the stands, desiring to see Felix get humiliated by Nebula as an act of revenge. Alas, this scene made him feel somewhat relieved that their fight ended up in that manner. Meanwhile, Mr. Monar had seen a lot of crazy stuff happening in each Heavenly Planes tournament, but nothing came close to this. He kept switching his focus between Felix, Nebula, and the obliterated half of the Coliseum, having no idea if he should declare the winner or deal with the innocent viewers caught in the fight. In the end, he decided to follow the protocol. L.A. Ladies and gentlemen, cough, cough, please give a round of applause to your winner, the Traveler. Not a single noise was made, everyone was still pretty shaken to even comprehend the ending of the fight to start cheering. Even without being shocked, not many would cheer for Felix as he had just eliminated their undefeated goddess after a decade of win streak. This little, is he trying to get himself in trouble? Why so high profile? Elder Kraken was also not too pleased with Felix's assault as he knew that the news might reach Lord Hades if he bothered to know. While Felix hadn't used anything associated with his previous life, it would still raise suspicion if he was starting to blow up the heavenly plane in merely 6 months of being in it. This is not good. Felix also felt the same distress as he took off towards the hotel without even waiting for his servants and master. He knew if he remained, he would be rained down with questions and he had no interest in answering something he was also ignorant about. Sekiro, Miss Sani, and Kura chased after him immediately. When they caught up to him, Kura was the first to speak with stars glittering in her eyes. Master, that was so cool. Cool, I agree. But, he is in deep trouble as he has just murdered thousands of spirits at once. Sekiro scolded, what were you thinking? You should not have done that. Even Miss Sani wasn't in the mood to be playful, knowing the repercussions would be catastrophic for Felix. You guys speak like I planned on erasing half of the coliseum. Felix's eyelids twitched in irritation. Whether you planned it or not, it did happen. Miss Sani uttered with a solemn tone, fortunately, this occurred during an official fight and the government will take most of the blame due to the barrier failing to protect the audience. Let's hope so. Sekiro sighed. Even though Felix had defeated Nebula, none of them were in the mood to celebrate when there was a judgment sword above Felix's head. The barrier never broke or even cracked no matter how much damage it experienced as it was geared to block even a Captain Law Enforcer's attacks. For Felix to shatter it with one punch, was more than extraordinary, it was on the level of a miracle and this kind of news could even surpass Nebula's defeat. It was that serious of a matter. Meanwhile, in one of the biggest palaces in the heavenly plane. This pot-stirrer, is he trying to get himself kicked from the plane? Asna could be seen biting her nails nervously while walking around her bedroom. She was wearing a red night robe that matched well with her bewitching crimson hair and star-like amber eyes. Even when she was upset, her beauty was as angelic as ever. I can't even reach out to Hades to help him out in case he got taken to the court. Ah, so annoying. Didn't his personality change? Why is still causing trouble? Asna wasn't able to spy on Felix 24/7 since only Lord Hades and the Soul Scribes had such a privilege. So, the only times she saw him were in those public settings through streams. With each appearance, she started to doubt if Felix regained his memories or not as his battle style was too similar to his previous life. For Asna who grew up with Felix from his weakest to his strongest form, she could easily detect the similarities. But, Felix's different personality made her question if her eyes were fooling her before. Now? She was more certain than ever about Felix at least possessing a portion of his memories since no one in the spirit realm could reach this level of understanding of the vibration element in less than 6 months besides him. It must be Elder Kraken's doing, but, if Felix possessed some of his memories, does that mean he remembers me? Just as a sparkle of hope appeared in the depth of Asna's eyes, she quenched it immediately. Whether he remembers me or not, I can't be weak and falter to emotions. Felix has no business with our celestial matters and it must stay like this for his safety. I can't afford to have him killed because of me again, I can't. As much as this pained Asna deep down, she knew that it was the best decision. It was quite selfish since she didn't take Felix's opinion into consideration, but knowing him, she understood that he would never accept it. Against those beings, stubbornness and guts meant absolutely nothing. For now, I can only hope this situation doesn't develop to a trial. Asna sighed helplessly and sat on the bed. She understood that only Lord Hades could save Felix if he was convicted of mass slaughter. He had already done her a great favor by keeping her in his realm, protecting her from the clutches of those beings. So, he would not bother himself with mortal matters related to Felix whether he gets kicked out or not. Some time later. He is sure as aggressive as always. Carbuncle showed a forced smile as he eyed the spirit flame of Nebula floating inside an illuminating glass jar within his bedroom. Since he was considered her guardian, he was able to take care back to his house and care for her until her form gets restored. But, this is better than I expected. This humbling experience is going to teach her a must lesson and will help her greatly in the upcoming examination. Carbuncle didn't seem too worried about Felix after causing such a massive scene. When someone possesses his kind of knowledge, he could pretty much predict what would happen next. In Felix's case, he was certain that nothing bad was going to occur to him. Back in the hotel, Felix had locked himself in his room without anyone near him, focusing completely on understanding how that punch delivered such a devastating attack. It didn't take him long before he managed to come up with the best theory. He realized that when an object or force resonates with the same frequency as another system, it could transfer energy to that system very efficiently. Think of it like a singer breaking a wine glass with their voice. When they hit the right note, frequency, the energy from their voice transfers to the glass causing it to shatter. So, when Felix threw that punch, he wasn't just using his physical strength. He was channeling the energy of space-time's frequency through his fist, causing it to resonate with the immediate vicinity of space-time around him. The punch, although not physically touching anything, was a concentrated point where spacetime's inherent frequency was amplified exponentially. This amplification caused a feedback loop. As Felix introduced an amplified frequency into the fabric of spacetime, it responded by oscillating violently, much like how water reacts when a stone is thrown into a calm pond. These oscillations, or ripples, caused the shattering effect observed, but given the vast power and scope of spacetime, these weren't just minor disturbances, they were cataclysmic waves of energy that tore apart everything in their path. How terrifying! This is merely the most simplistic and barbaric way of controlling the spacetime frequency. If I mastered it completely, I can redefine reality as I understand it. Felix thought to himself as he glanced at his fist. 1444 getting taken to the station. Now, I am certain. Vibration primogenitor must have been at least at the top 3 strongest primogenitors, and if she was still alive, no one can defeat her besides Lord Shiva. Felix knew that it was somewhat useless to rank primogenitors since each one possessed unique powers strong and weak against different elements. However, there were certain primogenitors that were always powerful and dominating in any scenario, like Lord Shiva. Now, he was certain that the vibration primogenitor was part of that group, as he really couldn't find a single weakness in her element if one mastered it to perfection. Felix was able to blow half of a coliseum with a weak-ass punch by using merely space-time frequency. He couldn't imagine what kind of power he would possess if he managed to master such said frequency. There was no need to mention what would happen if he managed to somehow master the ultimate ability of the vibration element. Strings manipulation. The entire universe is made out of strings vibrating at different frequencies. The one to rule those frequencies will be the overlord of the universe. This was the ability that Asna had mentioned way before. She told him that if he managed to perfect the element and found a method to establish a connection with those strings, he would be able to shape reality to his own will. That's because all the subatomic particles in the universe were born from frequencies of vibrating strings, and each different frequency gave rise to different types of particles such as quarks, electrons, or photons. Even the atom's nucleus was found to be made out of subatomic particles, which meant if Felix understood how those frequencies result in the birth of the particles, he could totally defy reality. But this was an insurmountable mountain at the moment, and he knew that even if he spent a lifetime, he would not manage to master such an ability. Just how can such a monster die? Did she commit suicide? But why? She was one of the first primogenitors to be born and died so early. Most of the other primogenitors weren't born yet. Felix frowned. Her death is too mysterious. Felix felt that only Unigen-level beings were capable of taking her down if she hadn't killed herself. His first theory was her strength was too overpowered, even Unigens felt threatened by her existence. It can't be, no matter how powerful a primogenitor is, he can't contest against a Unigen due to the spiritual pressure difference. Felix shook his head. Unigens can kill primogenitors with a mere look, just like the deities can do it to mortals. This was one of the reasons primogenitors maintain as much distance as possible from the Eternal Kingdom. Who knows what happened? Felix dropped the matter at once, not wanting to invest his mind into empty speculations. He jumped into his bed and turned on the TV, wanting to check on the aftermath of his destruction. A somber reporter appeared on the screen with a live background of the ruined Coliseum. In a shocking turn of events, the iconic Coliseum, where tens of thousands gather to witness the grand tournaments, has faced an unprecedented disaster. The screen was cut to clips of the Coliseum crumbling, smoke billowing from its remnants. Then, it switched to short interviews with the spectators. It was chaos. One moment we're cheering, and the next, there's smoke and debris everywhere. I have lost my wife because of that murderous F***er. I won't rest until I know he got apprehended and served justice. The hospital fees are pretty expensive. The government or the culprit should be responsible for paying them. Felix's eyelids twitched the more he listened. He could feel the entire city's wrath jump from the screen at him, making him understand that this scenario was far from over. Soon, the reporter returned to the screen and continued on, "The gravity of this tragedy is immense and the tournament has been postponed until the coliseum gets rebuilt." Clung clung. Suddenly, Felix's attention was stolen by a muffled sound from the outside, resembling heavy boots against wooden floors. "They are here." Felix turned off the TV and walked to the door, then, he opened it wide and waited a few meters away from it. A moment later, a squad of silver law enforcers appeared before him. They were clad in tailored uniforms adorned with shimmering badges that indicate their special status. The air around them seemed to ripple with energy, each member exuding a distinctive aura of absolute power. The squad's captain walked into the room and scanned it entirely with one glance. Then, his eyes locked into Felix and introduced, "I am Captain Giovanni of the 30th Corp. By the authority vested in me, I hereby place you under detention." Felix didn't flinch, nor did he look surprised. "I was expecting you," he responded coolly. Without another word, two members of the squad flanked him, ensuring he was securely between them. Though the move was procedural, it seemed unnecessary. Felix showed no sign of resisting, his demeanor calm and poised. Upon reaching the station, Felix was led into an interrogation room. A stark contrast to the warm hues of the sunset outside. The room was cold, lit by a single overhead light, with the table and two chairs occupying the center. Whether in the spirit realm or the living room, some things never change. Captain Giovanni gestured for Felix to sit. "Do you want your lawyer?" he asked. It was part of the rules and he could not start the interrogation without telling Felix about his rights. "No need." Felix shook his head. Captain Giovanni narrowed his eyes for a moment before his expression returned natural again. "All right, we will start shortly." He took off and closed the door behind him, leaving Felix sitting all alone with nothing but a cup of water. Meanwhile, Captain Giovanni and his squad were watching him from behind a one-way glass window. "What do you think?" a squad member inquired as he eyed his boss. "When it came to the death of the people, it was the government's mess up and everyone will be reimbursed fairly and have their fees paid." Captain Giovanni replied coldly, "But, if we found out that this bastard has intentionally gone for such a powerful attack even though he knew of its aftermath, then the story changes. The government was going to pay either way, but it didn't mean that they would allow someone with such evil thoughts to roam freely. Leave him there for 8 hours, then we will use the lie detection device to seek out his motives," the captain ordered. This was exactly what happened as Felix remained in that dark and unwelcoming interrogation room alone without even a second refill of the water. Still, he didn't seem riled up in the slightest, which made the squad captain and his members feel a bit of respect for his tenacity. After the duration ended, Captain Giovanni went into the room while holding a small peculiar device. "Am I free to go?" Felix asked indifferently. "Not so fast." Captain Giovanni pointed at the machine and ordered, "Put your finger on the hole." The small device had a small hole on one of its silver surfaces and Felix did as he was told, sliding his index finger inside of it. "You know what this is, right?" "Yes." Felix nodded, understanding that it was a truth device capable of picking lies from the truth with a 100% success rate, so, no one could fool it. "Let's start then." "Ask, I've nothing to hide, Captain." "We will see about that." Captain Giovanni asked a simple question. "Did you destroy half of the coliseum?" "Yes," Felix replied, his voice unwavering. The captain paused, eyes narrowing. "Why?" "I punched the space-time plane, resonating with its frequency." "The destruction was an unintended side effect," Felix responded. "Wait, what does that even mean?" Captain Giovanni asked, incredulously. "The explanation treads on my element and secret to mastering its abilities. I am not forced to answer such irrelevant questions by law." Felix denied to answer as he had no interest in explaining the concept of vibration to him. While this irritated Captain Giovanni, he understood that he couldn't force out the answer from Felix. So, he moved on. For what purpose did you use that punch? To protect myself and win the battle. Captain Giovanni leaned back, analyzing the information. So you claim it was in self-defense? Yes, Felix admitted. There was silence for a few moments. Then Captain Giovanni finally asked the real question, did you know that your punch will result in the destruction of the coliseum and the death of the viewers? No. Captain Giovanni glanced at the machine and noticed that it had yet to make any noise, which was an indication of him still telling the truth. Does that mean you had no idea of your punch's power? No clue, I just wanted to eliminate Nebula. Felix shook his head, I have just learned this ability, and my control of it was too primary, but in a desperate situation, I was left with no choice but to use it. The machine was still as silent as always. I see. Captain Giovanni's attitude turned softer after realizing that this might be just a freak incident and Felix truly was innocent. By the way, you better enhance your barrier for my next battles, as the moment I am put in the same position, I won't hesitate to use the same ability. Felix informed calmly, this time, I won't be blamed at all. Captain Giovanni and his squad members picked up the tint of threat in Felix's voice, and yet, they had nothing to retort with. As they say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. If the government did nothing to prepare for Felix's next battles, it wouldn't be on him even if he completely destroyed the entire coliseum and killed everyone on it. 1445 A favorable deal. Bold of you to assume that you will be joining the rest of the games. Captain Giovanni shook his head, whether it was intentional or not, you have still sent thousands of spirits to hospitals, and no one will dare watch your battles in the Colosseum even if we assured everyone that the barrier has been enhanced. It was clear that Captain Giovanni ordered that Felix must not set foot in the arena ever again, whether he was innocent or guilty. What are you implying? Felix knitted his eyebrows in displeasure, not liking where this was going. You have to drop out. Captain Giovanni said, his voice as solemn as ever. The spirits feared going through the rebirth process since it might ruin their jobs or businesses. No one would like to remain in a coma for months or weeks at minimum, and they would avoid anything that might cause it. So, if Felix dared to appear in his next games, only a decent number of brave or careless viewers would attune to the Colosseum live. This was enough to ruin this year's tournament, as a live audience was a must to keep the excitement alive. Are you ordering me? No, as long as you haven't broken any rules, the government can't order you to do anything. Captain Giovanni changed his tone, we are requesting you. Felix placed his hand on his chin, seemingly finding it quite difficult to agree to his request. I don't care about the championship title, but I must not show them that. Meanwhile, his mind was processing the entire situation and seeing the best path to earn as many benefits as possible. My apologies, but I haven't worked my ass off all this time and invested close to 500,000 Loomis just to drop out. Felix declined the request. Especially, when I eliminated Nebula, the 10 times champion. If I dropped out, doesn't that mean other fighters will have a free chance to win the tournament at my expense? How is that fair? This. He got a point. I wouldn't drop out either. Captain Giovanni's squad muttered among each other, showing indirect support for Felix's situation. They knew that becoming a Heavenly Plains champion meant more than just winning 500,000 Loomis. First, the fighter's name would be registered in the history books. Second, his reputation would skyrocket, allowing him more access to business opportunities, as everyone would want to gain advantage of his fame. Third, receiving permits from the government became much smoother. There were many more hidden benefits, which would make any fighter do anything to become a champion. We understand how difficult our request is, and we are willing to make up for all the lost benefits. Captain Giovanni assured. Such as? Felix's ears perked up. You will be given the 500,000 Loomis reward in advance, in addition to a written recommendation letter to secure the examination of any free governmental position related to the law enforcement department. Captain Giovanni finished with a confident smile, certain that Felix wouldn't reject their offer. Just the guaranteed 500,000 Loomis was a decent benefit, but the recommendation letter was the real deal. In the heavenly plane, opportunities to enter the government were rare and finite, yet, even when a governmental post frees up, not every golden spirit had the right to join the examination. Each examination accepted a limited number of requests for spirits to enhance their chances of having their request stand out more from the pile. Having recommendation letters and other achievements related to that governmental position helped a lot. It was like pushing out an employment resume, and the more remarkable details on it, the better the odds of being employed. Yet, Felix still shook his head without bothering to even consider the offer. At the moment, I have no interest in becoming a governmental official. Felix chuckled emotionlessly, appearing quite menacing. As you can see, I am still a red-colored spirit. My first priority is to become a golden spirit, and I was planning to participate in multiple yearly tournaments to collect the needed resources. The only way for me to accept your plea is if you gave me enough Loomis to secure my color upgrade. Felix gave his demand at last. What a demand it was! Felix was legit asking for close to 1,000,000 Loomis, if not more, depending on the intensity of his red color. Yet, you have a deal, but you must not participate in any other tournaments. Captain Giovanni agreed at once, like such a price was nothing to him. I don't mind. Felix extended his hand for a handshake, but he was dying inside as he felt like he could have gotten much more. Don't get too greedy, there is a fine line between making an agreeable deal and extorting the government. Felix got rid of those emotions almost immediately. He knew that the authorities could bear to pay 100 times the price, but it didn't mean that they would allow themselves to be extorted. Felix would rather maintain a positive rapport with the authorities, as the moment he fall from its grace, it could be said that his stay in the heavenly plane would be over. I like you, you are sensible and strong enough to be part of our department. Captain Giovanni's expression finally broke into a warm smile as he shook Felix's hand. I will still write the recommendation letter for you in case you desired to join our forces. It will be an honor. Felix bowed his head in appreciation. Good, I will call you if there are any openings. For now, it's best if you return to the capital, as there is plenty of irate capable citizens who want a piece of you. Captain Giovanni advised. Will do. Felix nodded in understanding and asked, Am I free to go? Please, and thank you for your cooperation. Captain Giovanni extended his hand at the door. Without further ado, Felix left the station and returned to his hotel room. Felix opened the door to his hotel room, not expecting to find anyone inside. But there, seated on the plush couch, were Miss Sani, Sekiro, and Kara. All looked up, their expressions a mix of concern and relief. How did it go? Miss Sani inquired with a solemn tone. It ended up for the best. Felix answered calmly, I was proven innocent and struck a favorable deal. A deal? With the law enforcers? Sekiro raised an eyebrow in confusion. Having nothing to hide, Felix related the details of the deal, leaving all of them with mouths slightly agape in shock. You were really paid off by the authorities to drop out from the tournament. Even Nebula wasn't offered such a thing after 10 years of domination. Sekiro expressed. I can see where they are coming from. Miss Sani clarified, Nebula might have been a force to reckon with, but she was still fighting in the boundaries of the arena. Meanwhile, Felix's abilities proven to be powerful enough to ignore the barrier and harm even the audience. The authorities can't be taking such needless risk by keeping him around, as nothing guarantees that he won't do the same with another ability. It was much better to get rid of him than deal with the aftermath. That's true. Sekiro nodded in understanding. You also got a recommendation letter from a captain, it's really a good deal. Miss Sani smiled in approval. I know, but there are no free posts at the moment, so it will be a while until I can take advantage of it. It's much better that way. With your current work in my bureau, the more cases you close, the easier for your applicant to stand out and be accepted. Miss Sani grinned, so, you better work extra hard on our cases. I still owe you a couple more cases, you don't have to mention it. Felix's eyelids twitched, knowing that even if he had the necessary amount to upgrade, the contract stated that he had close a set number of cases before he could change his color. 1446 Speak to yourself. A couple of hours later, the entertainment department in the government responsible for the Heavenly Plains tournament had made a wide public announcement, detailing Felix's withdrawal from the tournament. Everyone celebrated the news at the start, believing that Felix must have been punished by the law enforcers over his mass slaughter. Alas, when details of his innocence came out and the real reason for his retreat was his fear of bringing even more destruction, everyone was left at a loss for words. It can't be. The traveler will never drop out because of such a lame reason. Ravager was the first to figure out something fishy about the situation. He fought and watched him fight others, making him pretty understanding of his cold and ruthless nature. He must have been offered something to withdraw. Goliath approved. Both of them were hanging out in the cafe, waiting for the reconstruction of the coliseum to be concluded. But, what's more valuable than the championship? It's one of the highest honors in the entire heavenly plane for non-governmental spirits. Ravager frowned. Why does it matter? 2 monsters have gotten eliminated from the tournament. This is the best chance to seize the championship before they return next year and make our efforts obsolete. Goliath spoke with a hint of envy. I have already been eliminated, but you are still in it. If I were you, I wouldn't focus on anything but on myself. He is right. Why am I thinking about the wise? Ravager tightened his fists. This is a God-sent opportunity to clutch the championship and save my sister from that despicable scum. I should be thanking the traveler. While Ravager's pride made it hard for him to accept becoming a champion through this method, his sister's situation made him swallow his pride and give it his all. I am heading back to my room. Ravager stood up immediately and took off, not bothering to even pay for the drinks. I will cheer for you, bring the trophy home. Goliath yelled from a distance, not caring about the displeased looks he was receiving from the pedestrians. Ravager wasn't the only one with a fire lit up in his chest after hearing the news. Evergreen and the remaining fighters had all thrown themselves back to training, wanting to take advantage of those few rest days to get even stronger. Their sponsors realized what kind of opportunity this was and sought them out with spiritual treasures worth hundreds of thousands of lumas, wanting their company's names to be etched in history. Mr. Atticus reached out to Ravager to do the same and he didn't refuse him. He wasn't foolish to reject his support at this crucial moment. Meanwhile, Felix had completely removed anything related to the tournament from his mind and was seen preparing to depart back to the capital. My money will arrive at the capital, so there is no need to linger here anymore. However, just as he reached the door, his crystal device started vibrating. When he glanced at the screen and saw that it was a red-colored message, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. Red messages or emails meant being sent by a governmental official and one had to address them. Is it Elder? Or Captain Giovanni? Felix thought it came from those two, but when he clicked on it, he was left surprised by the unfamiliar name. Soul Scribe Karani. Who's that? A problem? Miss Sani asked after seeing his expression change constantly. I received an invitation from a soul scribe called Karani. Do you know him? He inquired. Know him? Who doesn't? He is Nebula's master. Sekiro interjected. Master, is he inviting you to scold you for what you did to her? Kara asked, concerned. Felix shrugged his shoulders silently, indicating his ignorance about the matter as well. I will be back soon. Knowing that he couldn't reject the invitation, Felix took off on top of the double-headed lion in the direction of the marked location. Soul scribes are extremely dangerous for me. Felix narrowed his eyes, a bit of worry was hidden there. They are the only ones who should know everything about me if they had their eyes on me. While Felix understood that soul scribes couldn't divulge any information from their documents, it was still not a good feeling to know that his biggest secret could be at the hands of other strangers. While it wasn't comfortable, there was nothing he could do about it. In a few moments, Felix reached the noble northern side of the city where palaces and mansions stretched for as long as their eyes could see. He was stopped at the gate due to his color being red, but after showing the invitation to the guards, he was allowed entry without his beast. Felix left it behind and continued on the flight until he arrived at a magnificent but simplistic mansion that was nestled amidst verdant gardens. "Please get in." A male servant with a pointy single horn on his forehead welcomed Felix at the gate. Felix went inside and the male servant guided him silently to his master's room. After a few turns and twists, they reached the door and the servant left him alone. Before Felix could knock on the door, a soft familiar voice resounded from the inside, causing a string of Felix's frozen heart to get tugged. "Please come in, little one." Felix pushed the door slowly, and when his vision wasn't hindered anymore, meeting directly with Carbuncle who was sitting at his desk, he was left completely stunned and frozen in his place. "Elder Carbuncle!" He muttered uncontrollably under his breath, having no clue how to react to this situation. "Haha, I must have been the last one you expected to meet." Carbuncle chuckled as he walked up to Felix. Before he could react, he gave him a big warm hug while whispering in his ears, "It must have been tough being all alone here." "It was all right." While the hug was warm enough to reminisce on the good times with the stoned Carbuncle in his consciousness space, Felix's emotions were still as unreactive as ever. Carbuncle didn't seem to mind it as he knew about the change in his personality. He let go of him and requested that he sit down with him. After they were seated, Carbuncle informed. "I know that you have plenty of questions, but you should take into consideration my identity and understand that I can't divulge anything, even to you." "I understand." Felix nodded. Just the fact of them being familiar with each even though they weren't supposed to have met at all in the spirit realm was suspicious enough. If Carbuncle dared to break the rules and expose any more information directly, it wouldn't end well for any of them. "How is Nebula doing?" "I apologize for what happened to her. I really had no idea that my punch was going to leave her in such a state." Felix smiled forcefully. "If I knew she was under you, I wouldn't have gone so hard." "It's okay, you did me a favor by teaching her a lesson." Carbuncle waved his hand casually. "I see." Felix nodded and remained silent, having no idea how to strike up a conversation with someone incapable of answering anything. He wanted to ask him about his wife, his life here, how much he knows about their previous life, and whether he knows if his grandfather, friends, and parents were registered in the Heavenly Plains data center. But all of those questions were too sensitive. "I might not be able to give you any information, but there is nothing stopping me from hearing you talk to yourself," Carbuncle uttered with a hidden glint in his eyes. "Indeed." Understanding what he implied, Felix couldn't help but show an emotionless cunning smile. Carbuncle was forbidden from sharing information, but he wasn't banned from showing a reaction to a conversation. "Is my name Felix?" Felix started easy to set the rules. Carbuncle smiled and didn't answer, letting Felix understand that each time he smiled it meant agreement, and if he didn't, it hinted rejection. 1447 The Reunion Mission. "Is this method safe? Won't it cause trouble for you?" Felix somewhat feared that such a trick might not be perfect and it would still throw Carbuncle in deep trouble. After all, if it was this simple to get information from soul scribes without consequences, he believed anyone would do it. Carbuncle didn't smile this time, making Felix understand that his concerns were unwinded. "The only way to get in trouble from this is if Lord Hades was watching us now. If he had such an interest in us, we would be in trouble long ago." Carbuncle spoke in his mind. While Felix didn't receive any clarification, he trusted Carbuncle's judgment and committed to the conversation. "Do you have your soul linked with your wisp of consciousness in the living world?" Carbuncle didn't smile. "Why so? Is it banned or impossible for soul scribes?" Still no reaction. "So, it can be done." Felix raised an eyebrow before asking, "Don't tell me you can't pull it off." Carbuncle smiled this time. "But, how? Elder Kraken did it twice now." Since the question wasn't direct, Carbuncle couldn't answer. He didn't need to, as Felix realized the crux of the problem right away. I forgot, Elder Kraken was considered one of the best soul utilizers in the universe. Lady Sphinx did say it's extremely impressive for him to link his mane with a wisp even through the spirit realm. Felix recalled that his master's reaction to the news wasn't normal, making him understand that not any primogenitor could pull it off even if they had their memories intact. As she said, establishing a soul link through the spirit realm had the same difficulty as doing it with a soul from a universe in a different timeline. Fortunately, you became a soul scribe, which helped with your memories. Felix wanted to ask him about how he became a soul scribe, but he knew that it wasn't going to be a very productive chain of questioning. So, he skipped right to the important subjects. I don't know why you became a soul scribe, but I have a feeling that it's mostly connected to your wife. Am I right? Carbuncle smiled. You must have also gotten your memories erased when you died, so for your heart to still long for your wife and get guided by it to reunite with her, is truly miraculous. Felix had no idea if this was exactly how it happened or if fate gave him a massive favor. Whatever it was, Carbuncle's goal of reuniting with his wife hadn't died out even after his death. The moment I accessed the heavenly plane, your situation was always in my mind. Felix shared, I plan to locate you and your wife after I become a governmental official, as it will be much easier with that kind of authority. Carbuncle smiled, but this time it was out of appreciation and gratitude, as he could see that Felix was being real. So, with your kind of access, I believe you must have already located your wife. Felix jumped to the serious stuff, but, since you can't act on such information, you must have called me to assist you in making it happen. Carbuncle smiled in agreement. Just tell me what I have to do, Felix said with a solemn tone. Carbuncle manifested a map of the heavenly plane for a moment before removing it. Understanding what he wanted, Felix brought out his own holographic map and expanded it to showcase all the cities across the entire realm. Let's start with this. He pointed his finger at the Northern Lights city and Carbuncle didn't react. Felix was a bit surprised by this, as he expected Carbuncle to reside in the city of his wife to stay close to her. Still, he moved on to the second best option, the capital. This time, Carbuncle smiled. Good, she is nearby, let's see what district is she in now. Felix zoomed in on the capital and placed his finger on the 4 districts until Carbuncle locked on the northern district. This made Felix furrowed his eyebrows immediately. Is she a governmental official? He asked, understanding that the higher her authority was, the more difficult it would be to bring her to their side. Carbuncle showed on reaction. Is she a servant of an official? Carbuncle smiled. A bit complicated, but manageable. Felix nodded. Then, he continued on his search by pointing at each mansion and palace in the northern district for the next 10 minutes. Only after he reached the 90th mansion did Carbuncle finally break into a smile. With my current access to the database, I cannot find out about the identity of the mansion's owner. Felix disclosed with a deep frown. In addition, I can't enter there without being either a golden spirit or receiving an invitation. It would have been much easier if all the governmental officials' names were known, but the majority kept their identities hidden from the public unless it was necessary. So, he couldn't show him all of their names and make him pick one. Still, he wasn't planning to give up. Is he a law enforcer? No reaction. Is he a soul scribe? No reaction. Is he part of the jurisdiction system? No reaction. Is he a spectral warden? Carbuncle smiled. That's a bit troublesome. Felix knew that spectral wardens enjoyed quite a pressuring authority, as there were only 7 of them in each city. Each warden's job was to report directly to the Ethereal Council on the woes and issues arising on each demographic color they were responsible for. Their duties were to serve as looking for their respectful group's interest and lobbying to get more power for them from other colors. In a sense, they were like parliamen but for colors. Felix started listing the colors one by one until Carbuncle chose dark. Dark Spirits Representative Warden. Felix entered the network and searched for him. Since those wardens held the interests of certain groups in each city, it was impossible for them to hide their identities. So, it didn't take him long before he found the name and pictures of Carbuncle's wife Master Sharky Merton, a respectable warden who is loved by the majority of the low-status spirits due to his care and fighting spirit when it came to their interest. He has gotten the daily homeless penalty reduced by 20% in the past decade and also fought greatly to ensure that low-statue spirits would have better exposure to new masters in other cities, in hopes of avoiding getting kicked out from the plane. Felix read a short article about the warden as he scrolled through his pictures. As his name suggests, he resembled a shark greatly, standing tall with a deep purple, sleek skin, reminiscent of the vast oceans from which he might have hailed in his previous life. Prominent gills adorn both sides of his chiseled cheeks, flaring slightly with every breath. His eyes, intense and focused, contrast with the chilling display of razor-sharp teeth, which seemed to gleam ominously even in dim light. Despite his fearsome appearance, he always had a gentle smile in those pictures whether he was alone or with others. He sounds like a decent OFFI. Before Felix could finish his comment, he noticed a sudden wave of hatred and anger released from Carbuncle. Without uttering a single word, the air around him grew heavy, almost suffocating, as a palpable aura of hostility emanated from him. What did he do? Felix inquired with a solemn tone, realizing that this mission wasn't going to be a smooth one at all. Carbuncle shook his head, but he couldn't hide the pain and sadness in his eyes. Felix's expression turned for the worse at the thought of Warden Sharky abusing Carbuncle's wife. The worst part? Carbuncle must have watched this happen every time without the ability to save her. Felix couldn't imagine what would happen to him if he was in his spot. Boy, it's much worse than that. Carbuncle finally verbally communicated back, his voice seemed to almost crack from emotion. Alas, he couldn't say any more than this, and while it bothered Felix a lot, he didn't press any further. For now, all you have to do is become a golden spirit. You should do it fast as there will be a massive opportunity heading your way. Carbuncle stressed, an opportunity that will benefit both of us. I understand. Felix nodded. Felix realized that it would be a governmental post or something related to it, as there were no other more important opportunities than getting into the big club. Carbuncle wanted to tell him that it would be the captain's post, but it would be contemplated a breach. He told Nebula because she was his ex-servant and still enjoyed many privileges of being under him, but Felix was a total stranger. Elder, you don't have to worry, no matter how difficult or dangerous the situation is going to be, I promise you that you will be reunited with your wife. Felix assured with a cold tone, regardless of what it takes. 1448 Plotting against Miss Sani. A promise was a promise. Felix had gotten too many benefits and assistance from almost all of his tenants, and he tried his very best to pay them back one way or another. In the case of Thor and Hormungandr, he managed to slay Mananagal and even terrorize the other Darkans. He helped Lady Sphinx obtain as many monoliths as possible, and she was missing only a few more. Now, it was time for Carbuncle to get his own assistance. Thank you, little one. Carbuncle smiled in appreciation and then warned him. Don't get hasty though, just focus on yourself at the moment, and when the time comes, you will know when to make your move. I understand. Good. Carbuncle stood up and gave him another hug. Then, he guided him to the door and said, I won't hold up any more of your time. Best of luck out there, and remember, I am always watching. Felix nodded back and then took off, returning to the hotel. On his way there, his mind was swimming with many thoughts related to this mission. The first thing I need to do is become a golden spirit so I can be on talking terms with Elder Kraken again. I can't do this without his assistance. Elder Kraken was the only one capable of helping Carbuncle's wife restore her past memories, and if they wanted this mission to work, that was a must. After all, how could they convince her to become a partner with Carbuncle and give up on her life without letting her know first what she was missing? Plus, with a completely different personality. She wouldn't be Carbuncle's wife but merely someone who was sharing the same appearance as her. I do wonder though why hasn't Elder Kraken contacted Carbuncle to help him out? Felix pondered. Both of them should have been here for a very long time and with their memories intact, they should have contacted each other at least once. But he had met both of them and neither had mentioned the other. Felix dropped the matter for now, wanting to ask Elder Kraken about it when he met him. For now, he returned to the hotel and departed with his party back to the capital on top of the double-headed Crimson Lion. As for his grandfather and family members, Felix decided to ask Carbuncle about their situation later on when he returned his wife. But in reality, Felix was just scared that he wouldn't feel a single thing when he saw them again due to his emotionless status. That would hurt him more than anything. 2 weeks later. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the climax of the Heavenly Plains tournament. The anticipation is palpable as the two titans of this competition, Ravager and Evergreen, face off in the grand arena. The crowd is absolutely electric. Mr. Monar's thrilled voice resounded in Miss Sanny's living room. Felix, Sekiro, and Kura were all sitting on the couch, spectating this fine battle. The coliseum had been rebuilt from scratch and received many new modifications, making it surpass its previous version. Felix had tuned into this battle simply because he had nothing to do at the moment. He was working on a case with his master and she had gotten out to gather some information from her people. Who do you think will win? Sekiro asked. Ravager. Felix replied calmly. Felix was certain because Evergreen was a plant/water/poison elementalist, which was heavily countered by Ravager's elements. Just like Ravager was trying to prove his point, the entire momentum of the battle shifted in his favor right from the start, fighting with great zeal and madness. His aggressiveness matched with his powerful fire abilities made it extremely difficult for Evergreen to resist him for long. The applauding viewers' voices got lower and lower the more they watched the fight go on, realizing that today would be the end of their city's reign on the Heavenly Plains tournament. Their realization came sooner than they anticipated as Ravager went all out with his dual flaming swords and managed to slice through Evergreen telekinesis barrier and torso, ending the battle in the most spectacular way. The instant Evergreen's body dropped to the ground, Ravager screamed at the top of his lungs with bloodshot eyes, seemingly wanting to get rid of the stress of saving his sister at last. Clap clap! Congratulations, Brother Articus! You have done the entire city proud with this achievement. Lady Iris applauded with a delightful expression as she sat next to Mr. Atticus and other peers. Haha! I always held my beliefs in Ravager. Boss Gideon laughed, I have recouped almost all of my losses from my previous bet. While the tournament had many ups and downs, it's good that the trophy has finally come back home. Madame Arabella smiled while clapping elegantly. He did what he was paid to do. Mr. Atticus stated, a faint content smile was etched on his ice-cold face at last. When he noticed that Ravager was staring at him with inflamed eyes, he couldn't help but snicker in his mind. I doubt he will want his sister back after he sees her. While Mr. Atticus would rather not hand out his sister to keep his control on Ravager, their contract had to be respected. Otherwise, he would end up in court before he knew it. Alvi, what's on your mind? You should be celebrating the loudest as we know how much pride you hold in the capital. Lady Iris suddenly asked after seeing Boss Alves deep in his thoughts. It's nothing, I am just overwhelmed. Ravager really did us proud. Boss Alves deflected with a fake cheerful smile. In reality, his mind was concentrated on Miss Sanny's situation as he had just received news that his subordinates had finally managed to convince one of her people to sell her out. The cost isn't cheap at last, but at this point, it has to be done. Boss Alves thought with a serious expression. That bastard will most likely become a golden spirit soon and join the government at the first opportunity with his kind of ambition. It will be too late then for me to do anything to them. Even though he had an ethereal elder backing him up, Duke Humphrey would never make a move personally as it was too much of an eye-drawer. If he becomes a governmental official, only Sharkey and other officials under the Duke will be able to take care of him. I can't go out like this without showing any results. He won't be content in the slightest by my performance. Boss Alves wouldn't have minded if those officials took this hot potato from his hands, but knowing Duke Humphrey's real identity, he was certain that it wouldn't end well for him. It's time to bring that witch down and kick those bastards to the streets. Whatever happens then won't be my problem. Boss Alves excused himself from the group, ignoring their invitation to the celebration party. As he was heading back to the capital, he ordered his subordinate to bring the snitch to his underground office. Sometime later in a dimly lit office with basic furniture, Boss Alves was seen sitting from across nervously perched man on a plush leather chair. His eyes were darting around and seemed like he didn't want to be here. Sensing his emotional instability, Boss Alves jumped right through it, not wanting to give him a chance to change his mind. Give me everything you know and the 20,000 Loomis will be yours. Boss Alves said. The moment the snitch heard the cost again, his nervousness seemed to have disappeared. I have a strict contract with her, so I can't say much, but I have found this recording device on the ground once and it has some damning statements. The snitch said as he slid a small recording black device on the table. Found, hey. Boss Alves sneered in his mind, knowing that the snitch must have recorded her when she wasn't paying attention, and kept it on him to use leverage against her in the future. While he didn't approve of such action, he didn't say anything out loud, not wanting to frighten the snitch. Let's hear it out. As Boss Alves pushes the play button, the tension in the room palpably thickens. For the next few minutes, Boss Alves changed to satisfaction with its content. However, after it was done, he became displeased again. That's it. Yes. Tisk, this is barely good enough to throw her in jail for a couple of years. No way the court will kick her out of the heavenly plane unless she hired the worst lawyer in the realm. Boss Alves was quite disappointed by its content as he knew it wouldn't be enough to cause the kind of damage he desired. If Miss Sani was put in jail, Felix would still be regarded her servant unless he decided to cut off the contract on his own. This is better than nothing. Boss Alves smiled coldly, I can use it to blackmail her into kicking her servant off and my job will be regarded as done. 1449 Plotting against Miss Sani. 2. After Boss Alves sent the snitch away and made sure that none of this would backfire on him, he contacted Miss Sani right away. Alvi, I never thought I would hear from you after daring to make a move on me. Miss Sani picked up the call right away and spoke with the same playful attitude. Tisk, I have no interest in empty chit-chat with you. Boss Alves jumped straight to the subject. I have something that will send you to jail for a long time and if you don't want me to hand it over to the authorities, pay me a visit in the next half an hour. Without waiting for her response, he hung up the call and returned to his main office. Meanwhile, Miss Sani was left staring at her crystal device with a stern expression. Alves doesn't seem to be joking or making an empty threat. But, what could he have against me? I made sure to stay bulletproof even from my own people. Unbeknownst to Miss Sani, the informant that came forward had a very old recording of her from the first days when she started dabbling in the grey line. At that point in time, she was still new to everything and she was bound to leave tracks behind her. Whatever he has, I will know about it when I see it. Miss Sani decided to leave right away. When she exited the office and walked to the door, Felix couldn't help but get suspicious. Did something happen? You have just returned. Nothing important, I forgot to handle some matters. Miss Sani blew him a kiss. I will be right back, don't miss me too much. Felix's eyelids switched at her antics, but his senses still remained alert. Something is wrong. Felix was an expert lie detector and while Miss Sani was a professional bullsh*ter, he still picked up some signals. Without further ado, he stood up and said to his servants, I will go to the roof to train, don't bother me. Aight. Good luck. Sekiro and Kara nodded and refocused on the TV with little Timmy beside them, in reality, Felix chased after Miss Sani after using his invisibility ability. Why is she heading to the center? Most of her contacts are in the outskirts. Felix frowned, believing more and more that something wasn't right with his master. After a respectable period of flight, Felix was surprised to see Miss Sani land in front of the Red Fangs organization's headquarters. It was a towering structure of reflective glass, shimmering ominously with a blood-red hue in the city's skyline. Knowing that he would be detected immediately after stepping inside the building due to it being private property, Felix took off into the sky and kept a safe distance from the glass windows. He reasoned that Miss Sani would most definitely come here to meet with Boss Alves, as no one else was authoritative enough to invite her over. His guess proved true. Miss Sani emerged from the elevator and entered Boss Alves' office on the top floor, leaning against the window. "Show it," Miss Sani ordered coldly the moment her eyes came in contact with Boss Alves, not bothering to waste her time on greetings. Boss Alves didn't mind it. He snickered and threw the small recording device on his desk after turning it on. The recording device crackled to life, capturing the ambient sounds of a room before voices became clear. "You've put yourself in a precarious position, Mr. Virili," Miss Sani's voice echoed, a hint of amusement in her tone. There was a short pause, and a deep, strained voice responded, "What do you mean, Miss Sani?" She continued, a smirk evident in her voice, "I've gathered quite an interesting collection of your underground transactions and activities. Quite a scandal it would make, don't you think?" Mr. Virili audibly swallowed. "What do you want?" "Oh, it's simple," Miss Sani replied, her tone dripping with feigned sweetness. "A small fee, a donation if you will, and all this unpleasantness disappears." "How much?" Mr. Virili's voice shook slightly. "Let's say, 200,000? I think that's a fair price for your freedom and reputation." Miss Sani asked, "Don't you think so too, Linlin?" "Yes, yes." The recording ended abruptly the moment a third voice joined the conversation, but the gravity of the conversation was evident. So, it was him. Miss Sani narrowed her eyes after realizing that she had been sold out by one of her oldest partners. This operation was one of her earliest ones and she trusted him quite a decent amount due to his help in many of her cases. "Alas! It's quite remarkable how you didn't even try to deny it," Boss Alves said. "There is nothing to deny." Miss Sani asked calmly, "What do you want from me?" "You already know." Boss Alves uttered with a tint of irritation in his voice, "Cancel the servant contract with the traveler and kick him out with his servants." Felix, who was eavesdropping on their conversation from a distance by using his vibration elemental abilities, didn't show an ounce of emotion after hearing his order. He expected it to happen the moment the recording ended. "Change your condition." Miss Sani shook her head, "I have no curiosity in giving up on my servant. This isn't a negotiation." Boss Alves slammed his hand on the table angrily, "I want those F***ers in the streets by evening. If not, you will expect law enforcers to pay you a visit at first light tomorrow." "I speculation there is no leeway?" Miss Sani asked, her eyes narrowed. Boss Alves remained silent, making her understand that his word was final. Without saying anything else, Miss Sani turned around and took her leave. Her straight back and overall attitude made Boss Alves a bit nervous if she truly wasn't going to give up on Felix even under the threat of jail. It can't be, she is known as a selfish greedy witch who will do anything for her self-interest. There is no way she will take the hit for a servant even when my request was simply kicking him out of her office. Boss Alves believed that she would yield at the end since going to jail meant a lot more than a few years lost. Her already infamous reputation would be thrown into the gutter in addition to her license as a private investigator would be withdrawn by the government. Worst of all, she would be banned from requesting any other permits for a very, very long time, and even if she decided to join the government, this would be a permanent bad record in her papers. All in all, her life would be royally F***ed. She will cave in, she must. Back in the bureau, Miss Sani could be sitting on her desk with her head facing the ceiling. She was holding her favorite stress ball, pressing on it once in a while as her mind was swimming in thoughts. Meanwhile, Felix was sitting in the living room, also deep in his own thoughts. What is your next move? He thought as he glanced at the closed door of the office. Felix had already come up with the best plan to get both himself and Miss Sani out of this dilemma. However, he had no plans of telling her about it. In his mind, whether she sold him out or decided to take the hit for his sake, he wouldn't be affected negatively at all. The only one affected would be her, and if she trusted and respected him, the first thing she should do was talk to him about this situation regardless of the decision she would make. So, he planned on waiting things out until she approached him first. He waited, and waited. Just as evening was about to arrive, she opened the door and gestured for Felix to get inside. Felix sat on the opposite seat and remained silent, watching her ruffling her hair in frustration and anger he had never seen before. This decision had truly taken a couple of kilograms of her. "Ah, traveler, I have a favor to ask," Miss Sani said, her voice softer than usual. "What?" "Some stuff happened and I think I will be going to jail for a while. I hope you can take care of little Timmy for me while I am away." Miss Sani smiled bitterly. "Are you for real?" Felix narrowed his eyes in focus, wanting to see if she was being straight with him or trying to manipulate him. "Unfortunately, yes." She sighed. When he saw that she was being serious, even he was left somewhat at a loss for words. "You really decided to go to jail for me? Are you mad?" Felix uttered, surprise written all over his emotionless face. 1450 A master class move without a single negative. What do you know? How do you know? Miss Sani frowned, not expecting such a reaction from Felix. "I know everything as I have chased you down and eavesdropped on your conversation with Alves," Felix confessed without giving out the details. "Will you look at that? My own servant spying on me." Miss Sani's lips twitched. Knowing that Felix had his own mysterious ways in his investigations, Miss Sani didn't pressure him to give her the details either. "I felt something off about you and decided to follow you." Felix narrowed his eyes. "My intuition proved to be helpful as I didn't think you would be dumb enough to not fill me in on the situation right away." "Who are you calling dumb?" Miss Sani gave him an irritated look. "You think I like this situation? The evidence against me is pretty damning and telling you about this will merely make you want to leave the office to save me." While the time they spent together wasn't a lot, Miss Sani came to an understanding about Felix's personality. He was cold, ruthless, calculative, and somewhat assholeish, but he was loyal to the core. The fact he hadn't given up on Kara after everything happened to him because of her was enough proof. "What's the problem with that?" Felix said calmly. "As your master, I hold a responsibility to you." Miss Sani answered calmly, "Plus, the evidence is on me and I refuse to let anyone close pay for my own faults. So, drop the matter and promise me that you will take care of little Timmy." In Miss Sani's eyes, loyalty meant the world to her and she had implied it to Felix when she told him about her previous servants. All of them ditched her for higher pay or better chances when the opportunity presented itself. While she had the option to force them to stay with her, she voided their contract and sent them on their merry ways. In her own words, it was much better to be servantless than to have disloyal ones who couldn't be trusted with anything. "I appreciate your decision, but you are still an idiot." Felix shook his head. "This situation is easily solvable with none of us getting affected negatively. In fact, if we played our cards right, we can get something from it." What do you have in mind?" Miss Sani leaned closer, her eyes glittering with interest. She was still selfish and greedy at the core, so if there was even a slight chance of both of them surviving this, she wouldn't hesitate to save herself as well. "It's simple, we will give him exactly what he wanted, but for a price." Felix smiled coldly. Back in the Red Fang's organization headquarters, Boss Alves was seen sitting at his desk, his finger tapping the table while his right leg kept going up and down. "Evening is around the corner, is she really going to choose jail over a mere servant she met in less than a year? Boss Alves was getting nervous. I refuse to belie. Ring ring. Before he could finish his sentence, his device rang twice. When he glanced at the caller, a wide smirk couldn't help but show on his face. As expected. He picked up the call and asked, "Have you made up why?" "I want 200,000 lumis from you to guarantee your involvement in this transaction." Miss Sani interrupted with a cold tone, "So if you dare use any other source to blackmail me again, you will be going down with me." "I ain't going to do that." Boss Alves replied, "You think I am stup? Then, no deal." Miss Sani sneered, "Come at me with all you got, all I know is that you will dragged with me into the case whether you like it or not. Also, I will make sure to involve the dog above you giving commands." After saying this, Miss Sani hung up the phone, leaving Boss Alves staring at his device speechlessly. This B*TCH, she is for real. Boss Alves knew that Miss Sani was crazy enough to do what she said. She wasn't being claimed lunatic by most people without any reason. Boss Alves understood that he would be in much more serious trouble if this situation ended up backfiring on the Duke. After all, bringing the law enforcers' noses close to them and their fallen specters operation wasn't the smartest move in the book. 200,000, this B*TCH sure knows how to rob people. Boss Alves gritted his teeth as he called her back again. "I will do it for one." Clung. WH*re. Boss Alves almost broke his device from anger after she hung up again, making him feel like he was the one being blackmailed. Not wanting to invest too much emotion into this, he calmed himself and called again. This time, he didn't try to negotiate the price. "I will hand you the amount, just come down and sign the damn contract." "On my way." After the call was over, Boss Alves slumped on his chair with an exhausted expression. "This problem has most close to 400 lumis out of my own pockets. Working under that devil is really a curse." Boss Alves could only sigh in defeat at the thought of being linked with Duke Humphrey forever. "At least, we got the issue resolved on my part." Boss Alves was tasked to get rid of Kara, but his authority was extremely limited and this was all he could do to facilitate the process. If it still didn't work, it wouldn't be on him. Meanwhile in Miss Sani's office. "Is it done?" "Yes, he has agreed to the deal." Miss Sani grinned, "I will go shortly to sign the contract." "Good." Felix nodded. Miss Sani's grin soon was replaced with a disheartened look. She reached out to Felix and gave him a short hug, making his eyelids twitch in annoyance. "Why so dramatic? We will stay in touch, just not as a master/servant." Felix complained, getting out of her clutches. "I am sad because I will be losing my golden goose so soon, we have yet to solve even 10 cases together." Miss Sani said, her statement might be playful, but she truly felt depressed by how things turned out. "It's better this way, I had to become a golden spirit as fast as possible. Also, we will still be working on the fallen spectral case together." Felix said coldly, "With this many assaults on my freedom, I am starting to get irritated." "It's good that you feel that way." Miss Sani shared the same cold attitude, "I ain't planning to drop it either, now more than never." Felix and Miss Sani looked at each other for a moment before they both reached out to their contracts and mutually voided them, breaking apart their master/servant relationship amicably. "We will be gone by the time you return." Felix uttered calmly, "Don't forget to bring me my share of the deal, you have my new address." "I still can't believe you will be living there." Miss Sani uttered with an jealous tone, "You sure have too many secrets. You will understand everything when the right time comes. For now, don't keep that bastard waiting." "All right, I am leaving." Without wasting any more time, she took off toward the Red Fang headquarters to sign the agreement that would ensure neither party went back on its word. Felix closed the door behind him and brought out a small pouch from his pocket. Then, he turned it upside down and emptied all of its contents on the office's floor. One would expect a few pebbles to fall down, but a flood of illuminating bright crystals flooded the ground until a small mountain was created. Then, Felix returned the pouch back to his pocket. This was a spatial pouch that resembled a spatial card in the living world, and it was used as a portal inventory for the spirits. Obviously, not many people could afford it or even have access to purchase it. If it wasn't for the government sending Loomis inside of it and telling Felix to keep it, he wouldn't be able to buy it unless he became a golden spirit first. Let's start. With a deep breath, Felix carefully brought one of the golden crystals close to his skin. Instantaneously, an ethereal dance began. The crystal's light started to wane as if being sucked into his very pores. The air around him crackled with energy, the room's ambience shifting with palpable tension. Felix's naturally intense red aura, which always simmered just below the surface of his skin, began to change. It flared brighter and more ferociously, reacting to the absorbed light. As more crystals were brought closer, their glow was drawn out, absorbed into the tempestuous energy storm brewing around Felix. His red light, so fierce and passionate, began to shift. It went through shades of orange and amber, growing in luminance, until it transformed into a brilliant shade of gold. The entire chamber bathed in the rich, golden light emanating from him, making everything gleam with an otherworldly sheen. For a moment, Felix looked transcendent, a being of pure, golden energy, before the glow began to settle, and he was left standing in the center of the room, the illuminating crystals now dull and devoid of their prior glow. But, he was releasing a dignified golden hue befitting of his true noble identity. The moment Felix opened his eyes, he reached for his device and called none other than Elder Kraken. After a few rings, the call was picked up and a hearty laughter came from the other side. "I guess you became a golden spirit." "Yes, just now." "Bring your ass to my mansion before you start another trouble." "Your room has been prepared," Elder Kraken invited. "On my way." Felix smirked coldly, imagining the look on Boss Alves' face when he realized that he wasn't going to spend even a minute on the streets. After all, in his eyes, Felix needed more than 1 million to become a golden spirit, and he had no clue about Felix's deal with the government. In fact, his intervention had helped Felix get 100,000 bonus Loomis, a free escape from Miss Sanny's agreement obligations, and most importantly, access to Elder Kraken's riches and network at last without worrying about Lord Hades. From now on, Felix would be staying in his mansion on the northern side of the city with Kura and Sekiro, and not even Duke Humphrey could do anything about it.